I thought I'd add some chaos to the top of the space.
I could see that. We had a lot of order earlier on with five prongs hosting. I do love his style of hosting because it's like it's a nice dichotomy, if that makes sense. So on the
Well,
one hand,
well,
when we
first of all, he has a sick voice.
oh yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I'm thinking he's
he has like
very
an
charismatic,
amazing
very,
voice,
very charismatic voice.
right? Like even if he was just charismatic, it'd be fine. But because um, he has like a natural vocal fry, we might call it.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, I wish I
like
could
that Judge
impersonate it.
Dredd.
I wish I could impersonate it. I mean, I can go sort of deep,
I
but
know.
like not like that deep.
I
I
can't.
just can't do it. Oh
I
man.
can't. We talk about it like when he talks about the didgeridoo. Like seriously, I was like, man, maybe that was fashioned after a person.
Maybe. Who the fuck knows, man? But anyway, this idea
I
that
heard you
I
guys.
had. I'm sorry. I'm like,
Um.
I don't know if it's a good idea or
Mhm.
not. I'm speaking to a few people about it. One of my mates reckons I should absolutely do it because it like he reckon. Let me just read what he said. What is it? He says, I mean, it doesn't have to be tasteless at all, right? Don't do any gore, PR implications of violence or implications of violence. Sorry, he said, keep it PG-13. And he goes, it's actually kind of a stellar idea. You're basically using the people that hate you the most to be your marketing lackeys because they'll get mad at you and what you did and show other people, which brings the attention back into this space. Or not this space, but, me, my brand, or whatever it is, if that makes sense.
There's something I call the Kim Kardashian School of Management, right?
Yeah,
Which is knowing that hate travels faster than love,
yeah. So I'm
right?
sort of trying to like I've tried to
Is
pick fights, not like pick fights, just kind of like argue. But it seems like
no,
when
believe
other
me, I know what
people
you're
do
talking
it,
about. I've picked fights
but when
before.
other people do it, I do the same thing they do, but they seem to get like proper hate, like and attention and stuff. I just don't have the energy to like keep fighting, keep fighting. So I want to do it in a way that's kind of just like a bit cryptic and a bit like you're next. I don't know if that makes sense. Like not quite like that, but Also, Crypto Storm has joined the space. How are you, our friend?
It looks like you guys got along a little better last night with that dude. You
Was
know,
that guy yesterday, the guy that had the new, like a unicorn or something, or whatever, was that the same guy that has the whales and has like the most annoying projects? Was that the same dude?
no, it's a different guy. But the
Just
thing is that guy,
equally annoying though.
he is he's intelligent and currently annoying, but I think he knows that, and that's his intention right now. But I can see parts of his humanity leaking through. Like I listened to the conversation yesterday, and he was very measured and was able to offer positive contributions in the space that Peter was in with Hurls, Trady Trav. And so I see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, that's cool. I mean, um, yeah, he really offended friggin' shit. I'm so bad with names. Um, Anwar. He's the guy that we talk to all the time.
Maybe Ahmed.
Yeah. He's awesome. He was
Mm-hmm.
really offending Ahmed.
Yeah, I I understand. In other rooms, they can get away with stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
But
he
when they
can.
come here, when they come with us, they can't get away with it. And because they can't get away with it, that's actually why they're interested. Because they're like, oh, wait a minute, my
Oh no,
tricks that
that's
I used
exactly
before are
why it
working,
is.
you know? And
Yeah,
so that
dude.
pulls them in even more.
That's exactly why he was there. He was totally he the best way I would describe it is it's like a hornet's nest or a bee's nest, and he wants to see if he can get away from the bees would be a great analogy. It's bee related too.
What is it with you and bees? Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just curious, man. Like, I know you love bees, but where's it
No,
come from? Like, I'm honestly curious where it comes from, dude.
oh, dude. It's not that I love bees. It's I'm always on brand.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel you. I feel you. I love it.
Yeah, if my project's just I don't like going on, and one place I don't like talking about is here. So it's just a different kind of thing, and so I stay on brand because then it gets people to talk to me about it. Because once if I ask to speak about my project, then people don't believe me. If people ask me, then they realize that I'm not trying to be there to sell them on an idea or a concept, and then they're more open to believing what I have because our project is so unbelievable that you kind of have to listen to it like 4 or 5 times before you kind of can get the connection that it's actually real.
You say you're not trying to be there, but you are being there.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I had to do it.
I soft shill. I don't like the word shill, but I soft customer service announcement kind of thing. I'm very soft about it because um, if I really told people what I felt and what we're doing, then they really wouldn't like me. So I don't do that.
No, I feel it, dude. I actually I rate that approach a lot. It's yeah, I don't know. I just rate it a lot. Like, I see what you're getting at. No,
Well, I'll
I
give you
back
an
it.
example. Is, these people that are selling alpha, my project really makes them obsolete, and they don't want to hear that. So I don't really talk about that very often.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's all good.
imagine if Steve Jobs went up there and says, "I'm going to make you all obsolete." You know what I mean? Right? Not exactly a
Yeah, it's
best
not really
opening
a
line
great
for.
technique.
I
No one
like
wants to
it.
hear it.
I personally like it. Right? I mean, like, finally somebody's talking about it. But at the same time, I often think that the people who are actually in a position to, they say people who spend money. And I'm not so sure that the most vocal people on Twitter Spaces are spending any money. You know what I mean?
Oh, I stay away from the people that talk too much, to be honest with you. I found that the people that are actually interested in my project are very quiet about it and don't talk about it. Um, the reality is people keep asking me like, "What aren't you worried about people sharing your data?" And I was like, "No, I'm not, because people are buying in for 1 ETH. They're not gonna share my data. Like they're not gonna share the data we create because they're gonna covet it, and they're gonna be in their own little tribe and say like, ha ha ha, I have it and you can't because there's only 300 of us, and that's what's gonna happen. Not that they'll start sharing it with everybody."
Yeah, I really like the idea of making everyone obsolete. I think that would be a great commercial. It's a commercial I'd like to do, actually. You know?
I'm all about that.
All right, I'm going to send you a private commercial. We'll just come up with. I like the idea of coming up with joke commercials because the joke commercials are the commercials that can often contain the most truth, right?
Yeah,
But
dude,
you
I
can.
agree. I, I
So,
want I want to do a commercial where we're talking about alpha, people selling their alpha, and then all of them start realizing that they're obsolete. And like, and they're
okay, yeah. I'm going to put a video to the top. It's called Together Alone. I was working on it with Lagertha and Web3. Check it out. These are these kind of joke commercials that like. You know how SNL had these joke commercials back in the '90s? Same thing.
I love the together alone thing. I don't know why, it resonates. Like, I don't have the energy to go and spend social time with people in real life all that often, but Twitter spaces are just like, yeah, I can do it.
Good morning.
I'm also trying to make it kind of dark on purpose. Hey, Jeff. Get it? Dark on purpose?
Dark on purpose.
You're from Alaska? Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, that was funny. Together alone, separate. I like the end. I like the end because I could predict that you're going to say separately.
Yeah, I like, it's just the idea that again, I did stand up, right? So you're constantly trying to rephrase the truth into something that's interesting, right? Because anyone can walk up there and say, hey, this is the truth, but that's fucking boring.
Well, that's what I do with I can't remember her name. I sound wicked bad with names, but with the girl that the woman that's lives in she lived in New Jersey and she moved to Florida and yeah, so seem to think that I might rub her the wrong way, but I don't mean to. But I like to engage her in conversation, but it seems like whenever I do, it's in almost a negative way, and that's not my goal. But I was trying to say something, and then I think it might build off of the bigot comment, and I'm definitely not one of those. But I was just explaining, like, I see things like a little differently with things, like, and I look at motivations. And I was talking about this colony, almost like of Hasidic Jews in New York, that kind of taken over a city. And there's an amazing documentary about it. And if you look at it like the documentary, it would obviously look like it's taken over. But I mean, the reality is probably further from that than, that's not probably obviously the truth because documentaries usually aren't. They're usually, they're definitely from the point of view of the director of that documentary. And I just thought it would be something that she might be interested in. And I don't think she was.
Welcome, everyone, to Jigs Far Far Lab Lab Super Far Aftages Mini Y with we 525W. How are all of you doing?
Good morning.
Why don't we just call it 521 I5? Wait, no, 52 I52 I5W for short.
Or I5W.
Yeah, we could just call it the 5. Yeah, welcome to the 5.
The Five Eyes.
52I.
Worldwide.
Wow, now
Nice.
you're making it
Yeah.
a derivative.
Yeah.
I wasn't
it's a-
I wasn't going to make it a derivative.
BMW.
I was saying at least, let's have an identity here and not just, make it, if we really just we want to make it something short, we'll just go fuh or ja. No, we were really going with something, you were searching for something and I was trying to keep the identity of that.
Is Aristotle's 4 forms trying to get at identity or causes?
Like the platonic solids.
Well, you know how there's 4 causes: the formal, the efficient, the final, the material cause. I wonder if you understood those causes, you could understand identity. We do not have knowledge of a thing until we have grasped its why. That is to say, its cause. Sounds like the Matrix. Maybe the Matrix was written by just first paragraph articles from Wikipedia. No. Actually, it was that black lady who wrote it. So, never mind.
Why don't we call it
Simon
let go of
Sinek.
that ego?
Just Simon Sinek.
Yeah, Simon Sinek. Have you read some of his stuff?
No, when you say it like that, he sounds like a pessimist.
He is.
Simon
He's a
Sinek.
cynic. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. Right? I feel like when I talk to Zach, I'm speaking to like the source of all that knowledge.
Hey, so I'm actually almost at 600 for my Discord.
We gotta write another video.
Woo!
Another thread. Humans are obsolete. Or maybe I can write. And then like maybe you know what I mean? Like if you can't say things, we can like say it under a different account. A thread. Humans are obsolete. A thread.
I think what I want to do is, how all these people are So I actually want to get rid of a market by making them obsolete. Is this alpha market where people are selling signals to people? And I think that where a signal could be correlated with other signals, then they devalue those signals except for the outcome signal that comes after they're correlated together and come to a democratic consensus.
Okay. So I'm writing a small thread right now. It starts with humans are obsolete. Thread. Colon. Did you know that you're obsolete? True. And then I show a video of computers AI up.
Do it. Steal my work. I can just use it.
No,
And
really.
make it
Did
better
you
be
know that
known.
you're obsolete? So then I need to show another type of other variation on the art. It's actually uh, humans are obsolete, and it's actually worse than you think. And then I can put you again. I'm going to clear this one. I may never do this. Humans are obsolete, and it's actually worse than you think. And then that, much worse. Dang. If you talk to enough people in AI, they'll tell you that humans are obsolete, and the thing is they're all wrong. Humans are not
Someone was speaking about humans being obsolete. I'm just currently going through and posting soon with a full stop on just a bunch of posts. I've got this idea. I've got this
Humans
idea. I
are
want you guys' opinion. I've spoken to Mike about it, but I'm thinking about doing basically like a Web3 graph project where instead of arguing with these people that are anti-AI art, I'm just going to steal their profile pictures and run it through Stable Diffusion with some, like something that's a bit scary. Not like intimidating, but just, just graffiti on their profile pictures and just respond with that. Just some stupid tagline like the AI has you in its site or something, whatever. Should I do it?
Not only should you do it, but I applaud you, sir. I applaud you. There is this NFT project called the Penguins. And that's basically what they do is they go around and Photoshop their little penguin caricatures shitting on the person's profile pic. I would even maybe show them how to do something and take them on as a little army to go forth and destroy.
I feel like this could be something larger than myself in a bad kind of way, but I just want to keep it like I'm just, how do I put it? I'm thinking about building up my brand a bit. Like I don't really have a brand yet, but like building it up with this kind of thing, because what's a better way than hate, right?
I
That's
sent you a
horrible.
copy of the thread. Hey, what's going on, John? I'll send you the thread too.
The thing is, I tried discussing with these sort of people, and like it's just fruitless. It's just a waste of energy. Whereas this just feels like something that I can do that's fun, that will draw attention and also make some people laugh, while other people will get angry and spread the attention, which will make other people laugh. And it's kind of like the snowball effect. But it's like it's all in jest. The thing is, if I do it, I need to do it in a way that's in jest. It can't be like
Can't be actually
proper.
mean and hateful, malicious, right?
Yeah. Like I would actually, honestly, and the thing is, like I follow some of these people that will argue against AI art just because, like, beyond that one argument, I'm interested to see what they're about, what sort of art they
Well,
make, and all that sort of stuff, right?
what could be more dangerous is if not only you included their profile picture, but also included one of their AI quotes as text that goes along with it. So see how I did that thing with you and Melody, right? With the AI art, and then you see the spectrum audio going off. Hold on, let me share to the top, because I've been thinking about how to do what visuals I'm going to put beside you guys when you're talking, when I do the best of the Syndicate. So I was just playing Steel Pan in the background yesterday while Peter and Melody were going on a Twitter Spaces date.
So, Peter, a thought occurred to me. One of the other things to keep in mind is take whatever art they have on their PFP and improve upon it. And give it back to them improved.
See, I've been watching what you do with your alt account,
Thanks.
and I rate it. Like I like that sort of thing. I've thought about doing it that way, but then it's like, no, I'm not trying to make friends here. That sounds bad, but like I'm not trying to make friends with these people because they've already proven themselves as kind of like not worth being friends with by simply having this kind of like weird corporate-y kind of attitude towards art in general. To me, that completely misses the point of art, and I'm trying to shake it up. Like, not art as a whole. I'm not trying to set my sights that high. Like, I'm just one dude. I'm not going to fucking go out there and, change the whole space. But if I can just shake the mindset up of a few select people, then maybe that's enough.
It sounds sounds to me like you're on that fine cutting edge of promotions of art, self-marketing, and art for enjoyment of art. Does that sound like a somewhat accurate depiction?
I mean, that's what it should be, right? For me, art in my life has always been, and every single artist that I've known, every single artist that I've spoken to, every single person that's taught me art, whether it's music, whether it's painting, whether it's drawing, whatever it is, has always said that the main purpose of it is self-expression and self-enjoyment. It shouldn't be about making money. Like, the whole idea of selling out and everything. Like, yeah, we all do things for money. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's just the natural order of life. We all do things because we want to make money. But these people seem to be so stuck in this whole idea of like, oh,
I don't do things for money. Thanks.
I mean, to be fair, you do host these spaces without the direct intention of making money off of us, like just for being here and talking. Maybe you make money off us in the long run, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But this is something you do for free, right? Because you enjoy it.
It's more about the vibe.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm not trying to belittle it, dude. I'm not trying to belittle it.
No, I'm trying to be like that person.
Sales den, right?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to be that person who's defensive about everything.
Well, think about it. If you're an artist, right, and you enjoy art, you want to do it more, and you have to hold down a job. You have responsibilities. Those things take time away from being able to do art. So then you're like, wow, if I could just do something to make money with art, then I could make a living doing the thing that I enjoy. And I think there is kind of like a crossroads where either you don't interact with reality the way that you should, and you decide to try to overcome that with your ego. And when someone decides to overcome that with their ego, that's where I think these mentalities are born of, I'm going to make money at this, and it becomes profit driven motivation behind it, and they lose sight of it. And I think that's really kind of maybe where a lot of people start off, is they just want to do art and do that as much as possible with their life, and they try to merge this passion with a way to make money.
You ever heard Goodhart's law? When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure.
For real, though.
Is that like
It's just a computer science term.
Wittgenstein
Yeah, it's
kind of
Goodhart.
thing, right?
Yeah. We were just one of those.
Wait a minute.
it's-
Who said
yeah.
for real life? Was that Peter?
Yeah, for real. Sorry. Like,
Was
that's
that
very-
a Bluey? That was a Bluey reference, yeah?
Oh,
What's a Bluey?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Blue Man Group?
No. Bluey,
Blue Man
it's a
Group.
show. Sorry. I thought you were making a show reference. My bad.
Thank you, Blue Man.
You can feel free to take it as one, dude, as long as it resonates, as long as you know what I'm getting at.
That's Jim.
But no, like I feel that, and the part of what I'm sort of thinking of doing here isn't so much to try and like, again, like I'd love to make money off of art. It'd be a lie if I said I didn't, but I'm not trying to turn it into something that's like a profit-driven kind of thing. I just want to have fun with it and fuck people around in the way that's like, my art makes their minds go, what the fuck? Like in a good way, right? And that's the whole idea. It's like, I want to move people. I don't want to move them to give me money. I just want to move them. I want them to have emotional responses. I want them to have like some kind of reaction to it, because that means the art works. So right now I'm kind of thinking about this thing because it's kind of like almost like out of pettiness. And the funny thing is, most of the things that have driven me towards anything that's successful has been out of pettiness lately. So I'm kind of like, maybe I should just keep using that.
I like it. Vengeance-driven development. Yeah, I like it. We could call it the Vengeance Gallery. They say there's 6 emotions: joy, sadness, fear, anger, disgust, surprise. But I think revenge is a combination of all those things.
It's just a satisfaction. Like, I can sit there and, tell people they're wrong, or I can like I have a friend who I love dearly, but like he once said to me something like, I don't think you're made for this, like blah, 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 whatever it was. And I was like, all right, well, fuck you. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do it damn well, just to prove my point that I can. And I got great results from that. It's weird, but like sometimes those sort of motivators are actually like
Okay, so
best things you can
get it
lean
now.
into.
So there's 3 things. There's content, there's connection, there's currency, right? And the first currency people spend with you is attention, and then engagement, and then, up the value ladder. .com secrets. I think Branson wrote that. Different Branson. Anyway, so if you want them to pay attention, then just make sure the connection is there first. Once the connection is there, you can touch the heart before you touch the hand. And so when they see the tag, they'll have an emotional reason to, understand or parse what you're doing.
Oh yeah, dude. No, I try to make sure I always maintain connection. That's one of those things I always put first and foremost. Like even like all the Instagram followers, I've gone through and responded to every single message request I can. That isn't just like the ones that I haven't responded to. I just do you
Well,
want to
you're
build
better
an
than me.
empire together.
I
And
just
the reason I
don't
do that,
respond.
yeah, I could have easily taken that path, but the reason I do it when even though it took me like weeks of just like in my spare time just responding to people or whatever it was, when I had that moment, is because I think every single person is important. Every single person counts. Every single person is valuable. Every single person that looks at what I do on Instagram, even I appreciate every single one of them. It's it's hard, and if it does grow into something even bigger, then it's going to be even harder. But like I'll always make that effort for the people there, because
Question
without them,
for you guys. Do you guys do silly dances to yourself?
all the time.
Okay, good. All right. So I was asking Allie. Allie, they do silly dances too.
I told you not. Why
I don't know. You never know.
I don't.
You
I
don't want
don't
to.
do silly dances. I'm too serious.
Jeff says he doesn't do
That's a
silly
lie.
dances because he's too serious. I think seeing Jeff do a silly dance would be the best thing ever. I'd pay for that. Can we? So, Peter, can you make Jeff dance?
Look,
Pay
I
my
promise you
mortgage
won't
and
be
you'll
able to
see me
recognize
dance.
yourself. If you just drop a little video for me, I promise you won't be recognizable. It'll be amazing. I'll put some good music to it. We're all good. I'd even pay you, but I'm broke.
No, I like it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot the trumpet part. I was like, "What's?" I forget the brass part.
I can try. I can attempt to do
I
a
wanna die.
dance,
Sorry.
kind of
Yeah,
mix
if you can do
between
a silly dance,
Steven Pinker and Donald Trump.
Steven Pinker. Yes, you got to do the Donald Trump hands.
It's
You know?
it's the yeah.
Yeah, you got to do the
Oh,
hands,
it's horrible.
the punch, right? You know, the
See,
weak punch.
that is my
where your
go-to dance
palms are
move in the club, you know?
I don't know. But yeah, if you could just do that, then we can have some fun. I also like the idea of Jeff speaking, but it looks like Jordan Peterson. I don't know why. You know what I mean? Like you could just instead of deep fakes, like well, I guess it is kind of a deep fake, right? Who?
Just let
Who's
me think
friends?
about how my life is falling
Oh.
apart, and let me start getting the tears flowing, and then I'll sound like Jordan Peterson.
There you go.
I've,
Right.
I've
Well,
been
you're
told
gonna
I sound like Jordan
you're
Peterson
gonna have
when
to
I
eat
cry.
beef for a couple years first to prepare yourself, like method acting. Like you're the fucking what was that guy who just acts, who puts himself Daniel. You'll be the Daniel Day-Lewis of philosopher impersonationists.
Jeff.
Hey.
I'm sorry. Sorry, like, if you're going to do the Jordan Peterson thing, you got to make sure to raise your voice. Not loudness, but like pitch. You got to sound like this, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's when you start to cry and your throat kind of
Dude,
tightens up. Yeah,
have
you
you
sound like
heard?
Kermit the Frog.
Have you heard Mattios do Andrew Tate? That right now is my favorite impression.
Mattios Tate. Yeah, I did hear that. It's pretty hilarious.
This is reality. This is reality. Where is this? He must be still awake from his birthday, no?
It's completely irrelevant, but my favorite video of all time is the one where that basketballer's like, I can't remember the name of the basketball. I always fucking forget. But he's like, what is it? Anything is possible! It always lifts my spirit seeing that fucking video. I gotta link it.
Hey, KC, what's going on with the app?
Oops, sorry. I'm right in the middle of something. I'll be right back.
I think
Sorry.
it's okay. Hey, I'm a Pisces. A lot of people in the syndicate seems to be Leos and Virgos. Well, I mean, the
I'm the
Pisces have two
Cancer.
fish, right? Oh, Peter's a Cancer. Well, Peter fucked up the whole thing, so she says get out.
I found the video. It's Kevin Garnett. Yeah? Why do I always fucking forget Kevin Garnett? I don't know. But anyway.
Oh my god, racist.
Never heard of him.
You know, he said he forgot Kevin Garnett. He keeps forgetting Kevin Garnett, which is it's interesting because he kind of looks like Kevin Garnett. No, it's great.
I'm just trying to find the space on my laptop so I can quickly link this video because it is honestly like my life fucking it's like my spirit motivational speech sort of thing.
Coffee is my motivational speech. Hey, Mike, I sent you a DM. I shared a tweet with some photos of.
Yeah, let me see. Mm,
I don't know what
hey,
that
Allie,
is.
you know what this thing is? You know what this thing is?
I'm retarded.
Mm-hmm.
It's either. Oh! Yeah, little wormies. So those, it looks like gills. So it's like it barfed at its own gills to try to get oxygen.
Oh, fuck. Jesus. Oh, well, it's something suffocating, Jeff. Go ahead, Casey.
What's up? I'm back. What's going down?
Oh, I was going to ask you how the progress is going with the app, but I know Matt was
On
incommunicado for a
vacation.
little bit, working on some stuff. Yeah.
Yep, he's away for I think another week, I believe. So I've been
Fucking US
busy.
people always want to take vacations. You know? Oh, I'm an artist. Oh, I can't focus all I want. How do I
I've
clip
been
that from Matt?
I've been busy working on the background debt to income calculations, debt pay down calculations, stuff like that. So hopefully when he gets back, I'll be able to say, check out the spreadsheet. Should give you more detail as to what's actually, the data that's actually going to be going into it. So it's pretty cool.
Well, we talked about that today. So if Twitter Spaces was, people found that they censored themselves in a way that was actually productive.
Productive sense. Okay. More.
Yeah, people censored themselves. They would look, oh, is this being recorded? No, I won't say that.
Ah.
Right? Or they would take it to the DMs. Right?
But you think it leads to more productivity?
The thing is, just because some people decide to be, there are always people, especially new people, who come into the group and want to say something shocking to get attention. Right?
Okay.
Right? And they don't really, well, how could they though? Right? We're a group that was formed from people who don't want to talk to anyone.
So I was initially thinking like, by the fact of awareness that they have to focus on what not to say, they clarify in their minds their goals and objectives. That's where I thought you were going with it.
Well, I mean, their goals and objectives, unbeknownst to them, is attention. Right? That's their
Yeah.
only goal. And so they'll do whatever it takes, whether it's volume, whether it's sarcasm, whether it's trolling.
Hmm.
What? Yeah, just a bad student. Dude, you guys have no idea how, like, Ali's classroom management psychology is how I run these things. Oh, you're a disruptor. Well, you could be the most positive influencer if only we show you how to get attention that is productive in this room. Right?
Yeah, who's that Doctor One of One or whatever? Was in here last night. Yeah, he's kind of obnoxious.
He is, but he's intelligent as well, right?
Hmm.
You know, the intelligence is in there, right? You just have to show him how to get attention that is good for him and good for the other group.
Yeah, that's what very
Yes.
attention seeking. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes, it does take, and so the experiment is really just working with people who are really disruptive. But I can see you can. I know the jujitsu guy told me that every time he grapples with someone, every move they make tells him what belt they are. Right? So that's what's happening, right? So you check out, okay, so you're a belt, this is where you are. You could be a black belt with bad intentions. That's fine. We just have how much. Well, the first insight into how much pain they have is the fact that they're finding attention in the wrong way, right? That's the first insight. You know,
Did you
and at
say
the same
pain?
time, yeah,
That's that's kind of a interesting insight.
yeah, man, it's pain. Hurt people, right? Again, we
Yeah.
all want attention, right? Who doesn't want attention? Attention is like the only thing that lets us know that we're still a human being and still have consciousness.
Can I be a real world example right now and switch the
Yeah.
conversation and ask for feedback?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm kind of re-reviewing the Bank of America um, new product release for zero down in minority neighborhoods.
Mhm.
I'm kind of honing my formation of words around that idea. And I think the short story that I've got so far is that the details of the loan and qualifications are a distraction. The fact that you don't have to prove your ethnicity to buy in a minority neighborhood leads to gentrification. And it's less about getting people into uh, uplifting situations in, in minority areas.
Can you imagine I called in and said, "Hi, my name is Michael. I'd like to apply for a colored loan."
Oh.
Right? And then they were like, "You don't sound colored. How dare you?" And I'm actually technically melanated or whatever.
That's the crazy part. Under normal lending circumstances, you have to put down your ethnicity, right? The ethnicity has to be captured. For this program, it is not. And that's the part I'm focused on. They're saying, hey, we got this special loan with zero down and a big grant to handle your closing costs if you buy in these areas. But you don't have to be from that area. And you don't have to be from that ethnicity.
It's so crazy because in Canada they're predicting like a dropping in house prices. You know?
Well, yeah.
Right? So imagine at the moment you offer someone zero down, they go underneath
immediately under
water
5, 10,
within 18
15,
months.
20, yeah.
Right?
So
It's,
that is a very real situation, but that's one aspect. The aspect I'm honing in here is the fact that, again, it's for minority areas, but you do not have to be a minority. It's a gentrification push to take the low-income housing and gentrify it, which just pushes that populace out to another area.
Well, I mean, the pushing of the population into other areas has already happened.
Yeah. So theoretically, by the rule book, it's not supposed to happen that way through financing. This is, to my view, this is a backdoor gentrification push.
I mean, back door, front door, side door, it's going to happen regardless, right? The question is, how might you help people get into homes in a way that allows them to stay in that home? And that's why KC is creating Homeward Bound. That's right, Homeward Bound. You want to go home? Homeward Bound. Pre-approving you for homes since 2024.
That's right. Check your qualifications before you fall in love with that home. A 50% DTI will have you crying in that pristine bathroom that you bought into. Don't do it.
Don't fall into a home that's cheating on you with another homeowner.
It's like dating a girl that you can't afford. If she's with you for the money, eventually she'll leave.
So Casey, it sounds like you're deriving some intent from this, or ascribing an intent to this program.
So there's a at least minimum twofold situation for me. One, this is going to be a hot topic in my professional life.
Yeah.
Two, I have a real estate mortgage space that I've been a part of with an underwriter for a little bit, and this is going to be a big topic, and I want to make sure that I can talk about it and form the right words to make sense enough to what I want to get at.
Okay. So you said in a traditional loan, there is no, there's usually a requirement to state your ethnicity.
Yeah,
And
basically,
then
yes.
with this one, there's not.
Correct.
Okay. Kind of just a, normie question here, but
Yeah.
when I go and I apply for a job and they ask, what race I am and sex and all of that stuff, is that the same
Yeah.
mechanism
Yep.
that you, okay, but isn't that voluntary on a normal loan?
That's where it gets tricky. So this is so crazy. When a loan officer takes an
Hey, Casey, you
application,
want to buy a
Go
house
ahead.
with me? Because if I'm the face of the operation, you're my financier. We can buy up this whole fucking block.
Hey, as long as you're not a current homeowner in the last 7 years, you can use the Bank of America one, and you
It's
don't
just
have
an
to provide
example
your
of how it's.
ethnicity.
If
But
I
that's the
can
whole
think of
point,
it,
though. Your
if I can think
ethnicity
of
is
it,
not
you're right.
even. So
What's
that?
called power.
Oh yeah.
wait, hold on. I want to answer. Wait,
Get alone.
Sorry.
Jeff has a good question, and the answer is kind of mind-boggling. By law, the loan officer has to take their best guess from their interactions with you. The only
Mhm.
time that it's that it's not is when it's purely and only online.
Okay, we're in an online world now, so
Yeah, they're seeing more of it. That's the only reason it's there at all. But all the training across the board for the entire industry says you're to take your best guess. As the loan officer, you have to put down something.
you actually have to record their race or ethnicity.
Yes. And that's
That's
a
so
gold.
weird.
It's a gold standard. And the idea was to make sure that people weren't being placed unfavorably into loans that were bad for them. So if they were tracking it and they could say, hey, listen, there's no discrepancy in the rates or the terms for these minorities than there is for the majorities, we're doing a good job. That's what the intent was. But it's, like most things, it best laid plans until the first shots are fired. So yeah, I've always hated
Well,
it. Like, why are we?
I
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have a question. How many minorities were involved in the creation of the Minority Helpful Out Act?
Margaret.
Ha, ha.
Margaret
Like, if you look at the people who drafted it, right? It's just like a bunch of KCs. You know what I mean? Welcome to the Minority Reform Act, and it's a bunch of KCs. What? So you tell me these are the
Bunch of
people
old
who have
white
the
dudes. Just a bunch of
You guys
crackers
laugh,
and
but
cheese in
that's what
front
it
of
used to
them.
be like, for
Used
sure.
to it, almost still is. It's
Yeah,
getting
it
better,
almost
I
still
guess.
is. But one of my rare books has this women's group, like for the advancement of women, and it's like 10 white guys, and it's just so funny. I'm like, oh my God. I couldn't sell it. Someone was like, look at that. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm not selling that.
Awesome. Okay. Thanks for letting me rehearse that and go through that practice. Appreciate it.
Sorry, Casey, I popped by to thank you for helping
Oh,
me.
I tried, dude. I'm
No,
sorry. I
you were
tried, man.
great.
I
You were
couldn't.
great. I honestly, and I should have stayed in that space, but I don't know. I did
Oh,
what I could do, but I had been
dude,
drinking wine
why
and
put yourself through another Luna hash? Why?
no.
Why?
I just,
Why?
it wasn't about that. It was, they made me change the title of what I wanted it to be to something else.
From $5 to $1?
No, but it was a manifesting space. And then they're like, that's not going to attract anyone. I was like, okay,
That's so funny. Wait a
I don't
minute.
know.
Isn't the manifesting space supposed to be able to manifest other people? You can't just.
Yes. But I know I wasn't thinking. So I went on a trip and I'll stop because I know you guys are doing real cool
No, no,
stuff,
no. I
but
think that's. I think
unimportant.
No,
it's.
no, no, we're
I
not
think
yet.
it's really
So
interesting that the manifesting space decided not to manifest more people and change the name.
I like that. So you should have been there. So I was away with my mom and daughter for 3 days, and my daughter, I usually say, but we were like held hostage. So as soon as we got home, because my mom like watches what we eat sometimes. Don't take this voice clip. So like I came home, I had a bottle of wine. I was like drinking the wine. She was like eating the snacks, and like I don't know. I was just on a space, and yeah, I should have kept it manifesting because you're absolutely right, but. I don't know. They're like put lunacy to $5 was funny, but then lunacy to one. There were like a lot of people, but then I was supposed to meet this woman in real life that I met on Twitter, and she didn't. She like left early. So, man, I could have gotten so many followers, yo. She like catfished me, or no? What'd she do? She ghosted me. I don't know. Whatever she did. Anyway, I know that my daughter's saying I sound cringy right now.
I
Help
went
me!
in,
Help me!
I grabbed co-host, I kicked two people that tried to get up and troll, and then I left like a minute later. That,
Yeah.
that was
Good job.
Hey, not for nothing, Crypto Swarm. I see your hand up. What you got, man?
Oh shit. I mean, oh my god, have you guys tried the freaking avocado toast at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah, my daughter loves it. But she gets it without the bacon. Apparently the bacon's
Oh
like
no,
too much.
don't get it with the bacon, but get it with the California sun-dried tomatoes.
Oh, I don't know if we have that here.
Oh my god, it's insane. So you I forget name. You said you put in that tweet you sent me, well, not tweet, but message. It says Pete's video, but I don't have Pete's video.
Oh yeah, no, I can get Pete's video.
Dun
Yeah.
dun dun.
Hey, have you guys tried the new Petite Syrah at Dunkin' Donuts? It pairs well with the avocado toast.
I just got to
What do
tell you
you think?
guys, it's been more than 6 months since Dunkin' Donuts has received any of my hard-earned pennies. God willing, it'll stay that way. Just gonna throw that out there.
Is it a boycott? Is there a Dunkin' Donuts boycott that I missed?
You mean the Dunkin' Donuts mop water coffee? Dude, okay, so I'm in this water quality lecture, and they're talking about how Dunkin' Donuts does not have to test their water. They're just using straight city tap, no filter.
I don't drink coffee, so
Oh, dude, it's
I work in it.
horrible.
Dude, I work in an airport, and people
Oh,
complain about the airline coffee because they just recycle the water.
yeah, yeah. All sorts of bacteria in that.
You should try living on the space station.
It's the only time I would make an exception right there. That would be it. That'd be the only time, though.
Yeah. I don't know about everyone else, but when I go to Dunkin' Donuts, I just want coffee and donuts.
I don't know. These, if you tried these avocado toasts, you might want these avocado toasts. Like, if you like avocado, I mean, these are solidly good. I crushed two of them.
Oh, they sound good. I do like avocado toast. I just I just stand on principle that a company called Dunkin' Donuts should not be serving avocado toast and California sun-dried tomatoes and
So what are
all
your
kinds of
feelings about
exotics.
Starbucks? what about your feelings about Starbucks? Is it the same feeling?
Starbucks has always been presented to me as a hoity-toity brand to begin with.
Oh, it's
So
awful. Oh,
they
no
can
joke.
they can do whatever they want.
They can do whatever they want. I'm just not going to shop there. But
Yeah, well, like
um,
when I was a kid, I would go like get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, meet my other friends from the neighborhood, ride down to Dunkin' Donuts on our bikes and get like a dozen donuts and coffee. And that's all you did is like donuts and coffee. It was Dunkin' Donuts,
well, what we
you know.
did was we would fish for eels and catch about a pound of eels, and then you would take them to the Chinese food restaurant, and you could trade them for a quart of fried rice.
That's awesome.
Well, at the
Because
risk of sounding like a total rube, we don't even have a Dunkin' Donuts here anymore. So we're
where were
out of
you?
luck.
What?
Oh, I live in the middle of nowhere in northern New Mexico.
I was
We
saying,
have
what backwater place?
well, not exactly. There's a billionaire resort that's just 10 minutes away, but and it's been a tourist zone for a long time. It's called Taos, New Mexico. It's known for art
Ooh,
and stuff like that. But we do have a Starbucks, and we had all these really high end coffee shops, Elevation, all this kind of stuff, because we are at 7,000 foot elevation here. And so, what's interesting is, to me, I make better coffee than I can get anywhere, with the exception of a friend of mine who's got an Italian espresso machine, a big one, in her kitchen. But I don't even like traveling up there, all the way up there. So, you learn how to make your own coffee, and you don't go out to get stuff. You learn how to get the avocados and mash them up and put them on your own toast.
Oh,
But we
wow.
don't even have a Chipotle here. It just the idea. They do have a Taco Bell, which is,
So,
of course, hilarious in this place where all this Mexican food is.
so I live in Maine, right? And Maine, famous for lobster and crab and whatever other seafood that we choose to eat. Um, they tried to make a red lobster here, and it failed miserably. So it's probably going to be the same thing for your space. you know, like it
Well,
was a colossal failure.
yeah. The thing is there are Mexicans here, right? But most of the people who are locals don't really matter. They don't really figure into the equation. So what you're doing is you're appealing to people from Texas and Oklahoma, the drive markets, wanting to
Yeah.
eat something safe that the rest of the RV is going to say, all right, well, we'll stop at Taco Bell because it's a known flavor,
You
right?
also have the bus people too. The bus,
Right.
what I mean, that's a huge market that comes through for you.
But people do ask, where's the best place to get a chimichanga, or some other, like a taco, or um, some kind of thing, and it's almost invariably going to be one of these food carts, or something that has evolved from a family and food cart culture. But that always has this kind of greasy spoon vibe going on, and then you're assessing the visitors to say, could you really hang there? Or are you going to get disturbed by, you know, stuff you might see going on in the kitchen, or, this kind of thing. So I generally just, well, since COVID, and me being as sensitive as I am to vibes in the kitchen, having been a cook for so many years, I just decided that I didn't want to put anybody through it. They're having to deal with tourists as it is. So I don't even go out to eat anymore.
Well, we have a Palace Diner in Biddeford, Maine, that's actually world renowned. It has 12 seats, and you have to get reservation in the summer. You have to get reservations way ahead of time, and it's really just a train car, like half a train car, that's in the middle of the town, and they just really serve breakfast. But it's, I mean, I've eaten there and I had a terrible experience there, so I would never go back. But people line up for that place for months in advance to go and eat in a greasy, what it is a greasy spoon. Like, no joke. There's a grill like a griddle right next to you where you're sitting, and
Yeah.
it's just like in the 50s. And for some reason, it's not just nationally renowned; it's world renowned, and it makes no sense to me.
Well, I've
I
heard of
went
it.
there and it was
I've
terrible.
actually heard of it. I think I saw it, featured on one of those foodie shows
Oh
on.
yeah, yeah. The Palace Diner has been featured on every foodie show, not
Right.
just one foodie show.
So
Like every,
I have to ask, what was the cause of your bad experience? Was it the food, or was it the
it wasn't cooked right.
oh,
So my fiance had she got French toast, and it wasn't cooked all the way through. So she had raw egg in the middle, and that's a terrible no-no. And then I
really?
had like a Spanish like almost like a souffle spinach souffle kind of sandwich type thing, and mine was undercooked too. And uh, you should never serve crunchy spinach.
Well, that's it. What it sounds like to me is that having to seat 12 people at a time, so a 12 top, and rotate it through. Your line is just going to be absolutely frantic, and it sounds like the food that you got reflects that.
Absolutely is, and they only have two people that work the restaurant.
Oh
So
God! Oh God! Oh
yeah,
God!
it's okay.
Like
So
nightmare,
no,
nightmare.
yeah,
Night-
it's terrible. So you have not just you have a person that's your waiter and your server, but she also cooks, and then you have one other person that's cooking, and that's it. Two people.
Yeah. No,
It's a nightmare.
we were talking about bringing in chains. So one of the things that happened here, this was so hilarious. They opened a Denny's. Okay, so when they staffed the Denny's, it was all all of these parolees, right? And so the parolees are in the kitchen, that maybe they're even part of the wait staff, but they were mobbed because one of the things that we thirst for here in the land of different is something that is the same, just like the rest of America. Gosh, I mean, it would be great to have a selection, a variety of choices and styles and colors. Wow, what a concept! So, the place got mobbed, and the cops started hanging out there, and the sheriffs, the stadies, all of them. And I would, I cannot tell you how risky I felt that their food must be. Either that, or they formed relationships that I'm completely unaware of. But they had a revolt with their cooks and their staff, and it happened with a completely full restaurant, and it was the most amusing, hilarious scenario I've ever seen.
Crypto, I just wanted to let you know, so check your DMs. I completed the thread for humans are obsolete.
Yeah. So if I don't answer, I actually am at work, and I push people and attend people at airport. And as other people know on this space, sometimes where I say don't swear for the next 15 minutes is like one of those times, because I do listen to this space, but I can't talk for about 15
Okay.
minutes.
I DM'd you the thread. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, ever since we talked to Legacy, a lot of people told me, yo, threads are like so 2019, yo, that's like out of style. I'm like, I don't know, let's try it. And, Crypto Swarm like grew his follower count by a good at least 5 to 10% with the last thread we did. So I figured, hey, let's see if it works again. So Peter, I put your art there along with the prediction. Unanimous AI predicted the Oscars with 94% accuracy. They predicted the superfecta for the Kentucky Derby at 540 to 1 odds. So But the surprise at the end of the thread is that humans are not obsolete. These are actually creations and predictions that were made by humans and data in a confluence.
I have a question. Can that AI predict some winning lottery numbers for me?
Yeah, same, please.
It's funny because, like, if the lottery company used that data, it could be like, oh, that's what it's going to be. Let's for sure take that off all the tickets. No? Then we'd really know if we live in a random universe. That's what Ali was thinking, actually, about the whole crypto swarm AI. Because she was like, okay, if this keeps on increasing its accuracy, what does that mean about the nature of reality? Are we in a simulation? That's where she took it.
Well, it's the whole, do we really have free will? Are things predestined? It's one of those arguments that's kind of like, you can take the simulation approach to it, but it's still the same fucking language. Sorry, it's still the same. It's still the same point of conflict. It's still the same interpretation question, I guess. It's like, do you believe in God? And I'm not going to judge anyone for saying yes or no, but like, part of me is like, how can you not? And I don't mean that in like the Catholic or Christian God.
I have a PhD in God where I prove that he doesn't exist. Thanks.
Okay, atheist. The thing about like atheism is it's almost just as deity based, except it's like the antithesis, right?
Yeah, they just replaced Jesus with Star Wars. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, in a sense. I mean, that's a very brash way to put it, but like they have this weird system of like, okay, how do you take God out of the equation so hard that you essentially create a God around there not being a God?
Yes.
Their whole, it's almost like a cult. And I used to be an atheist for a little bit, and
Look, they even called it the God
that.
particle. Right? They called right?
Yeah.
They're supposed to find the God particle. So isn't that funny that atheists want to still find the God particle?
Well, thank God for that, right? Thank God for that.
and then, like, every time they found it, like, hey, we found the God particle. Oh, yeah, what is it? It's actually these 7 other things, plus or minus 3. Ah, fuck.
But yeah, I mean, like, that's one of those things. The free will argument, I'm sorry, just bringing it back to that, is like, yeah, we live in a deterministic universe, but that doesn't necessarily mean we don't have free will. I mean, maybe it does, but
well,
I like to imagine we
don't. There was an interview with Joe Rogan's coach for Zahabi, and he talked about Laplace. And Laplace had this idea of this twin train theory, where from our perspective, we were exerting free will, right? And we're like a train going up around, on a journey. And determinism is another train that we can't see that's moving along with us, right? Kind of like a magnet. It goes back to the Terry Pratchett theory of narrative causality. I ended up reading that or listening to it. Hold on.
I haven't dug too deep into that myself, but the one thing I've sort of learned
humans did. I'll put it to the top. It's about a couple minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. The one thing I've sort of learned in my time here, even though it's been short so far, and by the end of it, I'm sure it will have been too short, but it's that there's pretty much 2 paths of life you can pick to go down, and it's resistance or acceptance. Beyond that, there's not really much choice you have. Like you can really push yourself to go and do all these things, but that's either out of resistance or acceptance. And it's kind of like the Buddhist theory, where it's like, the 4 noble paths, the 4 noble truths, right?
Yeah, it's so I had Ken Granville said that you should probably not try to push up against a wave.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we love to push ourselves in directions that we shouldn't be going in, because that's just our nature. I think that's where the free will aspect comes in. It's like, it sounds really weird because it's almost like there's a deterministic nature behind it all, But our free will is whether we resist it or whether we accept it. And if we accept it,
Well,
then we actually have better results than if we resist it.
well, to your Joe Rogan video, what if the free will that we thought we were exhibiting was actually the fungus telling us to go exploring for resources?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, if you just let go and accept that we don't have the free will, then we tend to have better results. But we have the will to resist that and fight against it by trying to exert free will.
So let's say this: what if adopting? What if we could use the idea of determinism and no free will as kind of like a constant that we can change in our equation, right? So let's imagine people have free will. What do you think they're going to do? Okay, now let's for a moment think that they don't have free will. Now what do you think they're going to do? Okay, so maybe there's a weighted average. You know what I mean? You could just use it as a tool in your decision making.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, it's the whole, the Schrodinger's cat, in a way, if you think about it, or the particle wave duality. It's either a particle or a wave, but it's both.
I think it's
Right.
not very complicated.
Sorry to interrupt, Michael. Did you just say a constant that you can change?
Yes,
No,
exactly.
no. I want you to hear yourself
and
out.
on. Yeah, no, I heard that. Yeah, I like to play with the language.
You are so
right?
funny.
Because constants aren't supposed to be changed. But because I remember, I think it was Mike McCulloch who talked about the dark matter people sometimes changing the value to make the equations work. Right? So I was like, what if these parameters? I talked to a physicist, and I said, so how do you like look at these things? And he said he looked at it kind of like a stereo, where he could like increase the volume on this and change the bass on this. You know what I mean? It was just like a bunch of knobs to him
Yeah,
when he was doing
yeah.
his material science.
That's pretty right.
And it's very much like the idea of frequency and vibration. And then when you look at it in terms of, say, fractal equations and expressions of resistance or expressions of harmony and waves and standing waves and all these kinds of things.
I like where you're going, Mel. Well, I think that it's really counterintuitive. Like, we can take the two extremes, right? That Pete and Mike were talking about, where we have free will, we can do all these things, and then we have the other extreme where everything's deterministic. There are no parameters that you can tweak. Essentially, what you're doing is um, taking and creating a boundary for your mind to grapple with this problem with, right? With two extremes. Essentially, what I think is that um, we don't understand the fractal nature of reality, because we are nested in it, and it's smaller. We're smaller than it is, and it's infinite, right? So, like the bird that does a rain dance to get food or water, people do the same thing, right? We have all of these motions that we go through, right? And there can be an infinite number of motions that we go through with this intent of an expected outcome. However, the boundary of reality is around us. It's very large, right? So we can't really grasp it, right? We can't really pinpoint, oh, I did this, so now this happened, right? There's no way of us really understanding how those two relate. But uh, like Pete, you were saying about waves. This is the important thing. Like, there are waves, right? And how we act in between them, or how we act with those waves, interact with them, is really where the free will is. It's not really being aware or being able to pinpoint what our actions are, or the things that we do to a cause or an outcome, but it's rather just adjusting to the conditions that we're in. And in that way, it's kind of like counterintuitive that it can't really be known to us, and we just react and we ride the waves. Hey, go ahead, Pete.
So my relationship with reality is pretty weird. It's been very tainted by all the psychedelics and other things I've done in my lifetime. But my sort of the understanding that I have of God and the totality of existence, I'd prefer to call it that as opposed to God, because it's kind of like it just is all that is. We have a very mathematical view on reality, right? We believe in, okay, so it's time space. We call it the time space continuum. In my worldview, I think it's not time space, but it's actually time space consciousness. If we ignore the consciousness aspect, we're kind of ignoring the fundamental part that's tying everything together and making it real. It's without consciousness, none of that makes sense. None of that matters. None of it fucking exists, literally, because there's nothing there to perceive it. It's that whole, if a tree falls in the wood and no one's around, does it make a sound? Well, yeah, but if there's no one there to perceive it, then like all that's just noise in a randomly distributed universe of just nothingness that could have happened in a split second. And without the conscious experience iterating it and processing it, then it's just whatever. Like it doesn't really matter at all. So I think that like with all this stuff, matter likes to diverge. We call it entropy, right? Consciousness likes to converge. It does the opposite. It tries to connect. It tries to find itself within this universe. It's kind of the opposing force, and we kind of ignore that. Like, so I think maybe there is a deterministic aspect to reality, but the consciousness front is kind of where we make those moves. We can, like I said, it's sort of resist or accept. You can resist what it is and you can fight against it, and you can make your life really fucking hard, and you can try to push and you can make greatness out of it even. But if you just accept and you stop fighting like the path that's sort of laid out on the matter front, then the consciousness tends to converge faster and faster, and that's sort of something that I've experienced in some weird kind of way, and these Twitter spaces are kind of evidence of that, to me anyway. Like what happens after you die? Well, okay, we die, you lose connection with who you are here and now, this person, this body. That's all right, that ego goes away. But how does that equate to the experience of reality that reality itself has? Does that end, or is that a constant?
Right, and you can spend your entire life dissecting that question and studying it and trying to figure it out. Well, you're pushing against the waves, right? In some way, because you're not going to know. You're just going to have to experience it. And I think just through letting go and experiencing reality and life, you're going to get the answer. It's like, you can look out at the ocean and say, okay, well, these waves are coming in at, this height. You can analyze how big the waves are, what it's going to feel like when you get in there, how you're going to get up if you get knocked down. You can think about it all you want and overanalyze it, but at the end of the day, if you just get in there and you experience it and you let go, you're going to kind of sync up with whatever this environment is and kind of rise to a higher level of like understanding just through experience itself.
Can we cue the pipe in the Alan Watts video? But can I ask for it to be without music? Thank you.
God, for once, right? Don't get me wrong, I love Alan Watts' speeches, but it's always got that fucking music behind it, and it doesn't matter where you try to find it, you just can't seem to find the original.
Melwell, I like your comment on the standing waves. Say if you were to plot out, and I know some people may not follow along, but visually, you have a chart like an X, Y axis, and there's this line that's squiggly and it goes across time, right? It means something. it's a pathway, it's a signal, it's something. If
Well, the
we
thing is that
plot,
that's just a visual
mm,
analog for what's really happening,
eh,
and a visual analog that we as limited humans can understand. But
yeah, if you plot a line, right,
well,
and then you
let
plot
me
another
just
and another, you can
I
fill up that entire space.
I know, but let me just break in here. I've been working in
Oh,
the
sure.
world of fractals and fractal expressions as visual forms for, gosh, about 15 years now. I remember reading about them the first time in a magazine called Nova, which was a sort of a pop culture sci-fi magazine, and it was the answer to a lot of map making, chart making, visual, digital computations. This was like the late 70s. So I've always felt that just this reality as we experience it is a form of fractal expression that is either organized or as disorganized as our lives allow, and that we can direct the stream of the flow of the currency with pressure. And pressure is like that friction that we're talking about. Sometimes the pressure is perfect, and we're able to direct that stream to water the flowers in the distance. And sometimes it just kind of lobs out, just blah blah blah, and it causes flooding and all kinds of things. But we I am confused about who's directing, who's creating the friction, who's creating the flow in the first place. And so we ask these questions. I don't know that there's going to be any answers, but damn, I really want to change the numbers and see how I can make things different. And I'm going to chill for just a second. I've been doing these fractals using a program called Chaotica because it's free. One of these days, I'll actually buy the pro version of it, but I'm afraid that even with an M2 chip, it's just going to eat up all my time and attention. Um, but the persona that I use, I've sharded myself and my pursuits off, is called greasyatoms.com. And if that sounds familiar, it's one of the lines from the scientists in the movie Fifth Element, talking about how they are able to manifest the um, Leilu there in that tube. And he just talks about greasy atoms being focused through, blah, blah, blah.
So this is called Chaotica. Michael, I think we found the antidote to Mathematica.
You mean something to oppose Wolfram? How is Matthias going to feel? Yeah, at the end of the day, it sounds like, we have Pythagoras on one corner, and in the blue corner, we have Pythagoras, and in the red corner, we have Hippasus. In the blue corner, we have Democritus with the atom, and in the red corner, we have Heraclitus with change as being the most fundamental thing. In the red corner, we have fucking Whitehead and Russell, and in the blue corner, we have Gödel, Church, Turing. You know what I mean? We're always going to have these extremes, and we couldn't have Turing and Church and Gödel without the works of Bertrand Russell and Whitehead. Like, they literally cite the Principia Mathematica as one of the five things, I think it was, with Gödel anyway. So just one of those things where we're in this Fichtean or Hegelian thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. And I think as long as we can go through those cycles and have an appreciation for the friction involved in talking about people's truths that are actually mythologies, we can get somewhere.
I remember listening to a lecture by Doug Hofstadter, speaking of Gödel. And, a lot of people were trying to pin him down about the sort of deus aspect of what he was talking about in terms of recursion and all these kinds of things. And he absolutely refused to cop to belief in an overriding force or organization. And I think that that's where a lot of the fiction comes from, is there are some people who um, love the organized principle of chaotica, and then other people who want to ascribe the organization to something bigger.
Yeah, maybe the scientists have a triune god too. I don't know, whatever the scientists want to make it today. Yeah. And at the end of the day, like, people have this idea that scientists don't have a religion. Like Newton was a religious person doing science, not a scientific person who had a religion. There's a difference.
I like to think of kind of like the greater aspect of what we've all been talking about for the past 20 minutes is that if you just imagine like a Mandelbrot set, kind of the shape that it takes, and it has a boundary, right? Um, Imagine like that boundary being uh, an analogy for what we can sense and what we can perceive in this world, right? And then inside of that, we can fill it with all of these lines and things that all represent our way of trying to understand and derive meaning of the world. And we can barely fill up that space inside.
But the thing is are you gonna choose on your interface? Are you gonna choose to zoom in? Or are you gonna choose to zoom out? And are you leveling in, or are you leveling up,
Right.
or are you doing both at the same time?
Yeah, and I think this is where people get confused. And, like I specifically had an interaction with a gentleman that was a scientist and a staunch atheist, and he used the mere um, existence of fractals as proof that there was no God. And I was like, wow, okay, so yeah, you can create like, cellular automata and, generate these patterns which you may perceive as life or a representation of life. Thus, there's just some mechanical reason for existence, and there is no God. So I listened to that, and I'm like, okay, but you don't get the bigger picture. Like, we have infinite sets, right? Infinitely small and infinitely large, and that we cannot predict what the entire scope of reality is. That's the mystery that's still intact and will always be intact. And essentially, what I derive from this is that you can fill up these fractal voids with all of your rain dances, so to speak. And we can all convince each other, or try to convince each other, that this truth is reality, or Plato, or whoever you want to take your thinking of, Aristotle, whoever. Um, and the fact is that we don't know, um, and that this deterministic view of reality is true in some sense, that there is a boundary. But and some of our actions, a lot of our actions, have no real effect on the greater boundary of things. However, there is freedom of choice. There is free will, and that these boundaries continue over time, to expand and contract infinitely. So I see, my personal view is that there is a greater purpose for, the experience, and there, that is in my view, like, proof of God, contrary to what some people may take away from that.
I don't know. I feel like that the universe personally just has no favorites, right? And that so much of what we think of as religion is the contracting or securing of being a favorite, right? So I hesitate to think in terms of purpose in in the common parlance, I guess. I don't know. I understand what you're saying, and I've certainly spent a lot of time exploring the that boundary, the perimeter um, of the cell. But I don't know personally. Obliteration is just an eyelash bat away, but at the same time, we don't really understand what time is and how it exists. And so, if we're here now, we're here now, and we're here now. So.
Yeah, it seems like we've all gone to the school of "Be Here Now" by Ram Dass.
Together alone.
Well, it's funny. Ram Dass used to hang out in the mountain that's not too far from here, and the commune, the commune that he built is
Nice. When he came back,
just had its 50-year anniversary not too long ago, and
I listened to. He has this guy Raghu Marcus created a podcast, and when I didn't have any friends, I just used to listen to the Ram Dass podcasts. And he has an episode called Little Schmooze. I'll see if I can find it. It's really, really good. But they have all these tapes going back to the 70s, and it's just fucking amazing.
yeah, one of his proteges lives here. Her name is Mirabai Star, and I mean, a lot of people, of course, declare that they were proteges of Ram Dass and so forth. And he was definitely a holy man. He definitely had that feel, and you hear him laugh. And, well, kind of like Alan Watts's laugh, although without the cigarette smoke overlay.
Yeah, if you combine listening to, because Alan Watts is kind of like the Asian Ram Dass in my head. So if I want to know about Hinduism, I go to Ram Dass. If I want to know about and it's his Hinduism in relation to what we experience here, right? Because that was their interesting feature. They were kind of here, but they traveled across. Ram Dass went up the Himalayas and met Neem Karoli Baba, and Alan Watts went to Asia and did everything, and pointed out the mistranslations that Catholics or Christians were making to the Tao Te Ching to try to insert an anthropomorphic God. So yeah, those are two good audio drugs, I guess, Alan Watts and Ram Dass to have together. They play nicely together.
Yeah, they definitely will show up on your feed together if you let your YouTube.
Yeah, it's almost like you have the trifecta is Ram Dass, Alan Watts, and Rumi.
Well, then there's Terence McKenna.
Right.
And then if you've delved at all in the kind of simpleton world of Abraham Hicks and that stuff, it will eventually come up.
Well,
and
it comes down to earth. with Hitchens, right? So Hitchens feels like that mystical political thinker, right?
Well,
Who's-
you're talking about I'm talking about the lady who is channeling this entity called Abraham Hicks, and it is kind of stuck in there with The Secret and these other almost pop, um, yeah, The Way, kind of ideas. But I mean, you have to start somewhere, and just the understanding of these things is so incredible. And I think it's wonderful that YouTube will
Huh.
serve up someone that we have maybe
So
never heard of.
it occurs to me that secular religions are based on religions.
Well, kind of. I mean, if you start to look at something like the idea of holographic the holographic paradigm, right? Like, do you know what I'm talking about here?
Say more words, please.
That just a little chunk, hologram, if you have a little chunk of a holographic printout, say a disc that will print out a hologram of a dancing monkey, right? You break it into a bunch of different pieces. You take one of those pieces, you focus a laser beam through it, you can get a dancing monkey, but it's not going to have a lot of resolution, right? Now, if you have the whole disc, you'll get as much resolution in that projection as was available technologically, right? So if we look at reality as a holographic model that goes from the monad, which is that first spark of anything, into its outward from that monad expression. And when we talked about the tree of life and movement of Kether and Malkut and all that kind of stuff, and the idea of the torus, you have all of these analogies that are draped in layers of metaphor and symbols, so that we can communicate them to each other, right? The torus is really a tree, or it's our electrical body, that extends beyond our physical body, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm lost. I need more coffee, but I haven't been able to get up and get it. But anyway, what I'm saying is that the holographic paradigm is a paradox, and at the same time, it kind of explains a lot of things. It's an extremely secular idea that incorporates more than, say, one religious system, but it is extremely spiritual in its apprehension, because it's kind of like this idea that you were talking of people being in the world but not of it, and this idea of gnosis, and knowing can only be for the initiated, and can only be talked about in mystical terms by those who haven't quite grokked it yet.
That's so funny.
That is so funny.
One day when we'll be able to post that clip.
Oh, no. At least I didn't use profanity.
All the way your light lady.
But I mean, yeah, I'd like to have that clip, because it's one of my regular riffs, stoner riffs. But at the same time, it's always nice to be in an audience that kind of gets my radical jumping from set to set.
Speaking of radical jumping, have you seen Dr. Wetzel's paper on big data and Kolmogorov complexity?
No, but I actually have seen it go by. I was looking to dive in, but I've been putting out so many fires with this group
Yeah.
that I'm working with.
How are those fires?
Well, they had their Potter's Fest yesterday in the rain. It looked kind of sad from the webcam, I have to say. My husband went out and took photographs.
Right. Yeah.
And he did as best as he could to make it look like there was as many people in the frame as possible.
Yes.
You've done that.
Yeah.
The chicken shit. So, yeah.
Once a newsman.
Is day after tomorrow. I got to either find some Xanax or go get some rescue remedy somewhere.
I'm gonna send you Dr. Wetzel's LinkedIn, and you'll see his patents at the bottom of his profile. And he used this idea of a Kolmogorov complexity with his access to, big data sets and, being with the military, who has more access to big data than he does. And so it's just interesting because he used this Kolmogorov complexity as like a ranking system of the amount of complexity and variability and variance and vibrancy of systems. And it looks like he categorized it. So it is something that I thought when you were talking about, being
definitely
able to compare these sets.
Thanks.
Hey, Spooky, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually on my way back. That's why I've been quiet. I've been enjoying the conversation. Probably when I get home, I'll chime in. It's quite interesting. I came across a video recently, and the guy was saying the concept of faith is kind of pushed on religious people, but you expect people that have no knowledge or have done no research into any of the scientific findings to believe, because there is an assumption of proof. If you tell me that the world, or the theory that the world came from maybe a combustion of two atoms, how am I supposed to prove that? How can I prove that? So if I have no knowledge, how do I believe that other than faith? That whoever is saying it might have proved it, or might have done their own research. It's an interesting conversation for me. I'm just gonna be here, listen. When I go, I'll talk. I'm so tired, guys. Hey Jeff, how you doing? Hey guys, see, I actually can't see my screen now. I just got somewhere shady. Jeff, what's going on?
Just finished up my second cup of coffee. Have the window open, and how are you doing? Sounds like you're on the move.
I went to see my mom. I'm actually on my way back home.
Good. She doing okay?
Oh yeah, she's doing better. Awesome. We're toughing it out.
Glad to hear that.
Where's Michael?
I'm here. Easy, man. I'm gonna record. We've been talking to Peter about doing some collaborations. So there's this story, Truth, Falsehood, Water, and Fire, that was told to me by Dr. Rita Cox, who was a librarian here in Toronto. And so I'm going to voice it with this microphone, send it to him, and see what he does with it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last what you were saying.
So Peter does artificial intelligence art mixed with his humanity. And so I'm going to take one of the stories, Truth, Falsehood, Water, and Fire, and then give him the audio, and then see what he does.
Yeah, I heard that one. Yeah, you told me that. Yeah, that would be amazing to hear.
That sounds like a really cool project. Listen, guys, I'm going to have to go. I got to get out of bed and that second cup of coffee, clear my head.
Yeah, me too. Good times, guys.
Speaking of coffee and clearing your head, I was at the grocery store and I found this coffee that has L-theanine added to it.
It's
And
got, what did you say was added to it, Jeff?
L-theanine. I think it's an amino acid. I'm not sure exactly. But essentially what it does is it kind of like calms your nervous system. It's a natural substance found in, foods and things like that. But yeah, it's got a nice like calming and focusing effect. And then you get a little bit of extra caffeine in this particular blend of coffee. They add some green coffee to the roasted coffee, which has higher caffeine content in it. So it's pretty good.
Jeff, you actually have reminded me of something. So this past week, we were having a conversation about substance abuse, and this unique perspective came up. If like everything can be abused, why is there a particular clamp on certain products? Because I mean, when you take too much coffee, they say you're addicted. If you take too much sugar, you're addicted. Why are certain products clamped on when they in their minimal or right use can be beneficial? It's something I was thinking about. I don't know what y'all think.
Yeah, so like, I mean, I think caffeine is possibly one of those things that is doesn't have a stigma associated with it.
Yeah,
And
nobody ever called 911 saying, "Oh no, the coffee, it's too strong. I can't handle it. Where am I? I can't fall asleep." I've never heard that 911 call. I guess maybe it's in relation to the amount of 911 calls, right?
yeah, essentially.
The 911 quotient.
Mm-hmm.
How many occurrences of the 100 people that take this drug? How many people have to call the emergency room? Right, and if it's over 99.
Okay, that's interesting. If that is
Right?
the case,
Like you
Michael,
can
if
do
that is the
drugs as long
case,
as it doesn't impact my taxes. Does that make sense? That's a
sorry,
kind
you said?
of. You can do drugs as long as it doesn't increase my taxes because of your pressure on the. Right?
Exactly.
Right? I don't know. Is that too practical?
Well,
So
it's
I was even
it's all
going
the
to make a
form.
case for pain meds. Sorry, Jeff. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to make a case for pain meds because I think, especially where I am at, it is the most abused drug, and people don't call 911 for that, but they're still abused, and I think it causes a lot of long-term side effects. Maybe because
Well,
we don't see them immediately. So yeah.
it's to a lot of people, it's a question of personal freedom, right? Do I have how much autonomy do I have over that which I ingest? But if we talked more about that, we'd definitely get kicked off of Twitter Spaces.
Yeah. Well, how much autonomy do you sacrifice to the actual substance, and how does that hijack your your
Get it?
your
Hijack? Sorry.
hijack? Yeah. How does it
Why are you
hijack
shaking
your
your
system,
head?
right?
Why are you shaking your head, Ali?
That's
Hijack.
terrible.
That's a
That's
good one.
Through
terrible.
addiction, right?
Yeah.
Through and how entrenched does that substance get into your system, into your body? Some substances are more addictive than others. They cause other problems. And like, for instance, like caffeine, we just drink it in coffee or tea, but you can go online and you can buy caffeine powder, which is pure caffeine, essentially, and you can mix it in your own drinks. You can kill yourself. Like, you can just take a teaspoon of this caffeine powder, mix it in your drink, and then next thing you know, you're dead. Um, like, and then,
Dead.
yeah, we see it with cannabis stuff. Like, 20 years ago, cannabis strains were, what they were. People smoked it and whatever. They had hashish or resin or whatever. Um, and now things are they're doing crackle and whatever I forgot what it's called, but just like shatter, glass and stuff like that. It's highly potent and has a completely different dynamic.
You know, the reason I went down this tangent, and Peter, yeah, you can go after me. Yeah. The reason I went down this tangent is because I learned recently that tramadol was actually used to reduce pain in women that were in labor, and it is a very strong drug. There was a whole campaign in Ghana, against its abuse, and people didn't understand why people even took the drug. I'm sure they might have used it because of an excessive form of pain, but then got hooked onto it because, some of these substances are, as they say, addictive. But why clamp down on some substances and then allow other substances to roam in the markets? Because, if there was not an easy access to, this drug on the market, I don't think it would be abused. In my opinion.
Yeah, so this is a subject that I'm somewhat familiar with from experience and from people I've known that have gone down the path of, substance abuse, and we've all lost friends to it. Sadly, I've lost friends, like both the social networks that I had to disconnect myself from. I've lost friends in the literal sense that, like, one's overdosed and died, and they seem to have actually gotten themselves clean for a while before it just happened. And it was very sad to hear about that. I still always regret not spending more time with them while I was still here, but it is what it is. I think the thing about these substances is a lot of the laws and rules sort of started with kind of arbitrary points in the past with, like, the war on drugs, like marijuana, weed, whatever you want to call it, pot, cannabis. We all know it shouldn't be illegal. Like, it's absurd that it was ever illegal in any place. And it's still taking time to catch up to the reality that, like, yeah, look, this is a thing that people can just use. And yeah, the way it's sort of changing in the landscape is a bit weird with all those, like, yeah, the shadow, the wax and all that kind of stuff. But, like, it still doesn't kill people. And unless you do, like, a really, really, really stupid amount, just inject it straight into your bloodstream or something, which it's just not pot. No one does it like that. And if you do, you're kind of insane, right? But some of these substances just, like, they're addictive because they release so much dopamine in the brain that it rewires your way of thinking. It overrides your your reward system. And speaking from experience, when you go down that path, you might not even want to do it. You might do it just because it's fun or whatever, like, or just because it's the people around you. And I'll just get back to you in a minute, Spooky, sorry. But once those really, really strong substances actually start rewiring your brain, that's where those abuse patterns really kick in. So I think they want to control that. The problem is, obviously, like, you kind of can't. They're still going to get out there. They're still going to get out into the community, and it's just like trying to control it so hard. It's kind of creates this really negative market, and it takes some of the power away from the people that have issues with it because they can't get away from it in the kind of, like, they have no recourse. It's just the place that they're stuck in. They don't have, you got all these rehab facilities and whatever, but you go in, you get clean for 2 weeks or a month or whatever it is, but then you're back into the same situation in your life when you get out. So where's your brain go? if it's burnt into your brain, where does it fucking go? Like, you're going to go straight back to those same people. You're going to go do the same shit. So it's tricky to approach, and it takes a lot of understanding how these things really fuck with your head to overcome. And it's not easy in any regard, and there's not enough education in any regard, like, towards it. And part of the problem of that is the way it's been treated legally and the demonization of it all. I do feel that very deeply. Like, I think all drugs should be legal, and I don't say that lightly. Like, they should all be fucking legal. They should all be taxed just normally, and it should not be a criminal thing in any way, shape, or form to just use drugs, sell drugs, buy drugs, whatever. Like, to make it criminal is fucking criminal.
Hey, Peter,
Go
I'm
ahead,
so
Sweetness.
I'm excited to be speaking after you because, like, I laugh, but this is quite serious. Don't we kind of apportion blame to the things that we have chosen to do? And I say this like, not living in a country where guns are legal. Like, we kind of blame the object rather than the subject that is actually using the object, because it's like, I mean, I get into a fight with Michael and I don't have a case, yeah, and I blame Michael for being like what do you call it, I make him the villain, right? Because then there is no other person to defend him. You understand? If a gun could speak, the tales it would tell. Oh my God, if the drugs could speak, you understand? So we as
Yeah,
people,
my friend once said, "Make sure you smoke the weed and not the weed smoke you."
yo, but it's serious because I mean, this thought came to me when I was seeing all of the gun violence that was happening. I was like, I mean, the guns are just lying in shops and in factories and all of that. They didn't bother anybody. There was a human being that may or may not have been in the right state of mind that went to pick up the gun. So even in the what do you call it, in drugs, this is the same thing I say. Like, it was a human being that said, oh, you know what, I'm going to do this amount of this substance because I feel like it was a decision they made. Why blame the substance? What did the substance ever do to you?
Yeah,
I don't get
again,
it.
we blame the substance depending on how many calls go to the emergency. But thinking about addicting drugs, one of the people in our group can be considered an addicting drug. This is a terrible segue. His name is Daniel. You probably talked to him, but I put a video of him at the top. He was featured in a video for Tesla, and that's him. So show him some love.
Oh wait, he's addicted to what?
No, I was just using that as a terrible segue. One of the people in our group, Daniel. One of the people in our
Okay.
group, Daniel, is he works for Tesla, and he was featured in one of their recruiting videos. So I put it to the top.
Yeah, Daniel is incredible. Hey, what happened to Shitcoin? Where is he?
I know, right? He asked me to send the video. It's there in the background, right? You know how it is. One thing at a time. What have you been up to? Where are you now? You still in Takoradi?
Yeah, I'm currently permanently based here. Funny how I said currently permanently, right? Yes, I'm here because I'm taking care of mom. You know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I
So are
go
you
to Accra as and when like maybe there's an event, that needs me there. But I hardly go because now it's crazy expensive to go to Accra, and like I try to do as much as I can when I go there. Sometimes I don't even have time to do anything at all. After I'm done, I just come back to Takrady. Yeah, and you asked what I've been up to, man. Like, the only thing I am good at, and that's the only thing I can do, man. Like right now. Wait, do you change the title to Humans Are Obsolete? Michael, are you joining the AI taking over the universe conversation?
It's actually a thread we're writing with Crypto Swarm. We met with a guy who has about 140,000 followers, and he says he's able to help other people grow their Twitter accounts by writing threads instead of just individual tweets. And so Crypto Swarm and
I mean,
I
threads
are
are more
writing this
interesting
thread.
to readers.
Yeah,
Sorry. Yeah. I was
yeah,
saying
you're
threads are more interesting to readers because, I mean, they never went obsolete. It's just that the market has been, more for and hear things
Yeah, I'm working on it
rather
right
than
now.
to read.
Trying to get it posted.
Wait, Crypto, what did you say?
I'm doing the thread right now. I've had a couple tries and it was messing up, so now I'm doing it over.
all good.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's
I'd love
tricky
to
the
read.
first
I'd
time you
love to
do it.
read.
Yeah.
Wait, where is it?
But we're about to
Because
post it. One second.
oh, it's not posted. Okay, cool. Hey, Gerald, you're welcome. Into the Syndicate. Michael Jackdale.
Oh yeah. Did you see the video for Together Alone?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
Honestly, I've not been as active here as probably my tweets might
okay.
stick. I just drop in and drop off.
I put it to the top.
Okay. Wait, it's not in yet. Together Alone. Is that the one?
That's right.
Okay. Let me watch that. What 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 in the name of Christ is this? Michael, who put you up to this? Wait, I
No,
mean, why am I asking this?
yeah,
Why did you put
exactly.
yourself up to this?
Oh man, we're having fun.
Oh, you want to be with people without actually being with people. Interesting.
That's what Twitter Spaces. That's what Twitter Spaces is.
Come to think about it, I actually don't like being around people. I'm just there out of, like I need to be there, because of the music. But if I had my way, I would make music from my room so the whole world could hear. Yeah, I think that would be ideal. But I don't have the choice. No, I don't. Wait, why is everybody quiet? Yeah.
Very deep in thought right now about completely irrelevant things to this conversation. Unfortunately,
Wait, are you using the code tweet to make the thread, or is it just crypto that's making the thread? Uh,
We're both having fun with it right now. Hold on. Let me. I'm
are you
almost.
using the code tweet feature?
No. Here, I'll show you. One sec. Um, almost done. I have to put the horse. Gotta have the horse. The horse, of course. Sorry. No, come on, man. Everybody. How do I? How do I crop something? Hey Jeff, how do I crop something in a? Do I have to? How do I crop something with a Mac?
With what program?
With anything. If there was an image I wanted to crop, I guess I could just go
Shift
to
Command
online.
4.
Yeah.
Shift Command 4. Take a screenshot.
Okay, so hold on. Let's see here. It opened up a little Juju. And if I can Hagawamba
Wait,
it,
that worked, Jeff. I need to come and learn all the shortcuts from you.
yeah. if I do a little Jaga Jaga Jack and a little Wombo, can I? Oh, maybe if I just, how do I Jugu Jugu it such that the Hamba Jambos.
Django Balango. Oh my god. I can't stop laughing. Yo,
You got it.
Charlie.
You got it. Django
That was an
Django
era. What did you say?
it. You got to Django Django it. You know, so it fits. At least I hope so. All right. It's not doing exactly what I want, but it's okay. I'll go. I can make the mistake artistic. Um, yeah, there you go. All right, so we just rolled with the mistake.
How you putting together a video, Michael?
It's a thread right now. I'm almost done. Now I'm gonna add Peter's artwork. All right. So if I press enter, and it's actually worse than you think. Ciao. So I hate sometimes when you're making a thread and then like it breaks for some reason. You're like, ah, fuck. If you talk to enough people in AI, especially on Twitter Spaces, they'll tell you that humans are obsolete. The thing is, they're all wrong. Humans are not obsolete, and unanimous AI proves that. So I have to go attract funding.
And cut.
And then we have the shallow drive. Shallow drive. Shallow dive.
Dude, it's already like drawing people already when I
Yeah.
go see it.
Michael is terrible at those. I don't know why he keeps doing them.
All right, so I have this. So these are the patents.
Yeah, it's already drawing people. I've kind of had a dead time for a bit in Twitter, and I'm already
Okay.
getting all kinds of action now.
Sick. So yeah, I just wanted to prove this out. Do threads. No. Is it possible for us to create content that generates not only connection, interaction, and eventually an exchange of value?
I'd like to see that experiment.
It absolutely does. Well, I don't know if I told you this, but as soon as Crypto Swarm launches and we do our mint, then I'll have access to that software so I can make my own think tank. So
Nice.
I was thinking about doing that with you and Ahmed and everything, a couple other people, Axum and stuff, and doing a think tank and actually making that a business.
Yeah. I mean, technically, we're doing a very low. Every time we open the space, we're doing a low form of swarming, right? Because we're co-creating together.
If we add the swarm to this space, I think that will be pretty powerful.
So I think I'm almost done. And then we'll in the last one we can put multiple image. That's French for images.
Wait, what? Michael, we're not running with that. What?
Okay, so I'm done this thread. All right. So we both have it now, which is great. All right, so let me post this to the top. Yay, it's all together. All right, take a look. And Crypto, post yours as well.
Yeah, mine's not the same. Yours
It's okay.
way better.
Yeah, it's because I'm using my desktop.
I use my phone.
So I can do all of the small things. I can add the images. Yeah.
Humans are obsolete. Did you know that you're already
Sorry,
obsolete?
let me mute everyone up. Sorry, fun. All right, go ahead, Spooky.
Wait, no, I'm not doing that. I was just giving you the cue to read
No.
it.
Can you read it from the top? I want to hear it. Can you translate it to Pigeon? I think I say humans are obsolete, but
That
Spooky
would be
Telly
hard.
say that's not true.
Hey, you're still taking your classes, huh?
No, I only have the same phrases. I just keep using them. And if I have like 4 of them, people don't know how much Pigeon I actually know. Right? If you know about 4 things, people, right?
I'm
Yeah,
just, yo,
you just have to know
Ali
things
should
4
take
things
you
deep.
away from the house for a minute.
You just have to
Yo,
know things 4 things deep. Because most people are just like 2 levels deep. So if you're like 4, you can fake out most people.
that's funny. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's just like moving in chess. If you can move 4 moves ahead in chess, you'll crush it.
you're done, man. You're
Mm-hmm.
done.
And that's why I don't play chess, because I can only move. I can't move.
I actually do 10 moves ahead. I'm a freak. Not a master at chess, but I'm badass.
Yeah, I'm not
Wait,
good at chess.
are you on iMessage, Crypto?
No.
Damn.
Yeah, Spooky
Should
and
I
I
be?
played once. He'd
Yeah,
be pretty
I
good.
have no one to play like chess with. I want to learn. Like, okay, wait, I want to improve.
You don't want to learn with me, dude. I'm not trying to be pompous about it. I'm just not the guy to learn chess with because I tried teaching 2 people so far, and they said I was no fun to learn with because they thought that they'd win every once in a while. But the reality is, if you play chess with me for the first 2-3 years, you're not going to have a chance of winning, and it's just going to be each time you play, it'll be just a little bit of a less of a beating.
You know what? This is actually interesting because I want to try. So I don't know if there's any other platform where we could play. We tried one. Michael and I tried one online the other time.
DM me, and I'll get my friend's link for his website. He plays on some chess website that's free, and we can meet up there and we can play some chess.
Awesome. That'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. So
I posted
the
your thread.
thread of all threads. Crypto, you said?
Yeah. I posted your thread as well on mine.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's all an experiment to me, you know. And I like the fact that you added the visuals of the swarm. That's amazing.
So to the thread of all threads. Humans are obsolete. A thread. Did you know that you're already obsolete? It's true. No, you really. Oh, wait. No, really. Nah, wait. Let me take that again. Humans are obsolete. A thread. Did you know that you're already obsolete? It's true. No, really. Did you know that you're already obsolete? It's true. Swarm AI correctly predicts the Kentucky Derby, accurately picking all 4 horses of the superfecta at 540 to 1 odds. Wait, this is the moment where I stop reading and I'm like, wait, you can correctly predict Mike. Wait,
Keep
Atom
reading.
should hear
Keep
about this.
reading. Keep
Wait,
reading.
well, you know what? Atom should hear about this. Okay, let's go again.
Okay, so do me
But
a favor. So
Atom should hear about this. I'm telling you.
let's start from the top again. Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that brain went. It was like, oh, wait a second,
Yeah.
Adam.
Yes, because you will make a buttload of money with this. I'm telling you.
I know. It's small tennis.
Oh, look, you tell me.
Small tennis. Did you guys know small tennis is ping pong?
Yes.
Who bets on small tennis? So,
Oh man.
Cookie, take it from the top.
All right. That was actually funny. Okay. Humans are obsolete. A thread. Did you know that you're already obsolete? It's true. No, really. Did you know that you're already obsolete? Swarm AI correctly predicts the Kentucky Derby, accurately accurately picking all four horses of the superfecta at 540 to 1 odds. What the hell is wrong with me? I'm coming. Let me take it again here. I'm coming. Let me get some more. What the hell am I?
No, it's good. This is the journey of being a voice actor, where you're like, fuck, I'm reading it wrong. Believe me. You know how many things I read, and then I show Allie, she's like, yeah, it's shit. I'm like, fuck. I walk back with my laptop.
Sorry. I relate so deeply to the whole. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Yeah, what the fuck is
Every
wrong?
fucking day, man.
You guys got to hear something that's hilarious. So I keep notes on my phone because I'm not using my computer. So what I use is like I pick someone that I text with and I use them as a note board. So I wrote
Oh,
all
I
that.
do that too.
So I wrote all those of that whole thread in my nephew's text, and he's like he's right in front of me, and he goes, "Ken, what are you texting me?" He goes, "Ken, are you a sociopath? Are you a
You're
psychopath?"
you're writing a whole ass book in his DMs.
Did I do the exact same thing? Hey, I have one mate that I just drop all my images on just so I can use his fucking chat as like an image upload system.
Oh my god, we do that. It's such a pompous thing, dude. I don't care what anybody says. I know people that do this. It's not a humble thing that we're doing here.
Oh man, and there's no way we're stopping, man. Like,
Oh no, we're all doing it. I'll do it to the day I die. But I'm just saying, sometimes I warn people, sometimes I don't. And they're like, why did you just text me all this stuff? I was like, oh, you're my notepad for the day.
oh god. Now that I know that I'm not the only one, man, so much empowerment today. All right, so let's get back to it. I'm smiling so much. Oh my god. Humans are obsolete. A thread. Did you know that you're already obsolete? No, really. Did you know that you're already obsolete? Swarm AI correctly predicts the Kentucky Derby, accurately picking all four horses of the superfecta at 540 to 1 odds. Humans are obsolete, and it's actually worse than you think. At its Spider-Man's art was featured by Joe Rogan. Congrats, the whole feed is bananas. That was funny. If you talk to enough people in AI, especially on Twitter Spaces, they'll tell you that humans are obsolete. The thing is, they're all wrong. Wait, what? Humans are not obsolete, and unanimous AI proves that. Wait, am I reading all of that? Let me move on. The unanimous AI patterns show that the most intelligent force on the planet consists of humans and AI working together. So the next time someone tells you that humans are obsolete, let them know that their perspective is already obsolete. Onward. Okay, I wanted to say this, Michael, and everybody in the room, right? Isn't it interesting that we are attributing intelligence and some form of perfection and taking it away from the creator of this creation? We're saying AI is more intelligent than the human when the human created the AI.
Yeah, but didn't you know that humans created the Garden of Eden?
And they created God.
Yeah, didn't you know that? Humans created God.
Yeah, well, I know, like they can create a god, but I mean, like I'm talking creator creation here. Like
No,
you cannot create your,
may,
you
maybe you
cannot
haven't
create
been
your
on.
create.
Maybe you haven't been on Twitter Spaces enough recently.
I
But if
know,
you
I
talk
know,
to
I
enough
know,
people, they'll tell you that they created God.
I
It's
know,
true.
I know. Honestly, and I get where this is coming from. I mean, it's a unique perspective for me because it's like, when I was reading, I was actually laughing, and maybe like I'm sorry, but like you're telling me that a human being has created a way to predict correctly, like some, games, and all of the credit is going to the creation rather than the creator. I mean, it's like if Peter does like a painting and we're like, oh, this painting is so amazing. Yeah, it's something that, I don't think even Peter could have made. Like, make it make sense. Like,
Are
doesn't
you
make
talking
sense.
the creator Louis
I
or
don't know. I
the
don't.
other creator that you? See, I don't believe in the other creator, but I mean, you can. I just don't.
I mean, I don't get. So like you created something as amazing as this, and people are like, "Oh, this thing is so amazing! Oh, wow, this person is so dumb." Like, how? Like, I don't get it.
Sorry, guys. I have to jump off to take this call. But let's see how this stud does. And I like that I recorded you reading it, Spooky. So I hope you don't mind if I
My,
publish it.
did you just say to reading it? Oh God,
You
no,
gotta
no.
go like my thread because that will give it more play and then get in turn
Yeah.
give it more play. I would appreciate that, and you could retweet it would be awesome too.
Oh, I just did. I want to see how this experiment goes. Like, I'll be keeping track of it. Yeah. And guys, it was nice meeting everybody. So we'll link up soon.
Take care, Spooky.
See you guys later.
Yeah, guys.
All right.
Take care, man. Take care.
Hey, Michael. Oh, you have to go on a call.
No. That's called the fake out. You ever do the fake out when you
Oh.
pretend that you're ending the space?
Gotcha. This is recorded. So I want to follow up with our little alien
Yeah.
creature on the rock.
Yes, the alien.
Allie's
Yeah.
first inclination, I think, was a great observation, is that
Mm-hmm.
she thought it had gills. And so I thought it looked like a slug. So a slug with gills. And I haven't specifically identified this, but it looks like it may be a Dorid nudibranch or a Cryptobranchia. They're a taxonomic superfamily of medium to large shellless sea slugs. So I'm thinking maybe it's
Hold on. Did you say
freshwater
cryptonomic?
Cryptobranchia.
Are you saying you found the first blockchain fish that got moored ashore?
Yeah, it could have been like right outside of the Bitcoin mining facility.
Yeah, we need to find out what's upstream.
Yeah, upstream data. Yeah, we need that. I think they were using the stream water for cooling the facility. So,
Have you ever tried to use? I guess someone's doing it using AI to take what you're plotting, right, with energy and try to do a predictive to see what's going to happen next week. I imagine someone's doing that.
oh yeah, I'm sure that they are. I mean, in the energy trading, yeah, they are. I mean, they use AI for that, but I mean, it's like you can't predict the future. AI can't predict the future. I mean, it can give you some indication, but within the statistical boundaries, of information, probably better than a human could, maybe, or generally speaking, the vast majority of humans.
What I'm saying is, if one of these AI can predict lotto for me, I'm fucking all for it. I'm spending all my money on that.
Well, today was a good day. What are you guys up to today? I'm editing videos.
Prompting.
Yeah,
As
Peter,
is
how
for the
about
current prompt.
no,
Parallel
yeah,
company.
I
The
did.
chosen one, king. I can't read this seriously. Hold on. The chosen one, king of the algorithms, lord of the prompts. Algorithms fear him, for he is the god of all AI latent space.
Oh my god.
The thing is, this is actually producing some fire imagery right now. So I'm loving it. And I've gotten into this habit of using my name like as part of the prompt, even though it probably doesn't do anything. I do it.
You know what's
It'd be
funny
interesting
because
to compare the seeds.
Dan sent me this thing from MidJourney and I was never actually able to get in. I don't know why.
MidJourney, do you have a Discord account?
Yeah, all right, let me try it again. So MidJourney,
Log in. Yeah, make sure you're logged into your Discord account on your web browser first. Right, go get a tab, log in, then you can just go to MidJourney to their website, and
all
then
right.
do beta. Sign up for the beta.
Oh fuck, what is my? I don't even know what my username is. Username. I don't know. Attract funding. Continue.
Yeah.
I already have an account. Okay, so let me do that then. Okay, now it's invalid. Ah, fuck. So
Were you trying to go through the link he sent you?
yeah.
Don't do that. Close that.
Okay,
refresh
what
your
should I do?
browser. Go.
Yeah.
Sign into Discord first. Make sure you're good in there. And then just open up another tab to MidJourney's website.
Okay, one sec. Okay, so apparently my login doesn't work. Let's try something else. No, that didn't work.
See, what happens is if you take the path of just signing up through MidJourney or an invitation link without being on Discord.
Signed in first, yeah. So I signed in 1st and now I'm accepting the invite. I'm allowing this thing to open Discord.
Yeah.
Now
that may not work, but yeah.
So the Discord is opening, downloading updates, starting. Did you know? All right, so MidJourney. What do I do now?
Do you see your Discord? Do you have all of your Discord servers on the left, including MidJourney?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so you're good. All right. Yeah. Sometimes there's a conflict. So yeah, now you're in there. You want to go to like the newbie channels. I think there's like 4 of them.
Okay, so yeah, newbie 158.
Yeah, pick one of those. And then what you'll do is do /imagine.
/imagine.
And then you'll see a prompt thing come up, or you do a space for that. Now you just type in what you want, and then you hit enter, and it'll generate it.
Okay. Now let me think. Kiretsu. Kiretsu drawn in the Nihon Japanese watercolor style. That's how you spell it, right? Nihon, Nihong.
Hmm.
Nihongo. Okay.
And you can add things to the end, like camera lens that you want, like 80 millimeter or cinematic or 8K or very detailed or high detail.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So let me try that. Let me just look at the other prompts. Okay, hyper detail,
Mm-hmm.
photorealistic. All right, let's try it. Waiting to start.
I already burned through my free trial in like an hour.
How much do you get?
I don't know. It's a certain amount of time, I think, but I haven't
So,
been able.
so what?
It's like 200 generations or something for the free version, and then you have to pay.
Okay.
I mean, that's a lot.
You think so? But it's very easy to go through. Very, very easy to go through.
But in terms of like, you know what I mean? In terms of what they're offering, that's a
Just
good
wait till you
amount.
get on stable. Just wait till you get on stable.
let me save you some trouble, Mike. Just sign up for the $30 a month plan.
Mm-hmm.
I back it. Look, I use Stable, which is completely free, and I still pay for the $30 a month MidJourney plan because it's a different flavor, and I still love MidJourney.
So what is this
Okay, great.
U1, U2, U3, U4?
So upscale, yeah. If you like it, so it goes what, left to right, top to bottom. So 1, 2, and then 3, 4 at the bottom, and then you can pick which one, right?
Oh.
And then if you want a variation, that's the V1 through 4. If you want a variant,
they will look different when you upscale them. Typically, obviously better, but just like don't trust the little thumbnail for what it actually is going to look like.
Okay.
That's just like the form.
What does U1 to U4 represent?
it's the grid of your 4 tiles. So from left to right, top to bottom, it's 1, 2, and then bottom 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then so you click on which one you want to upscale, associating that quadrant to the the name. So like if you want like the top left tile, you just do U1, it'll upscale that one. If you want the bottom right tile, you do U4.
Yeah, gotcha. So I picked one, and now the V.
Yeah, it'll upscale and then give you a variation as well.
Oh.
So upscale is basically where you've decided, yeah, this is the one I want. Let's make it the full size so that it's, it's nice and big and I can use it and it looks good. And variation is like, well, this is not exactly what I want, but it's pretty close. Out of all 4 of these, I like, 4 of 4, or I like, 2 of 4. I want a variation off of that one. Show me what that thumbnail looks like. And then say you spin off a variation and you're like, yeah, that's better. That's really what I like. Then you do like upscale,
So if I do U3, that's the bottom left-hand quadrant?
Yes.
And then do I have to pick a V1, V2, V3, V4?
No, that's optional. So upscale and variant, right? So it's like if you're still in
I'm
the
watching it
process
happen. Yeah.
of honing in what you want, you're going to do variants. And then once you get to a variant that you like, then you would probably want to upscale that, right? That's how that works.
Okay, so let me go back to the top. So you're saying that I can get versions of other people's stuff? Wow.
Yeah, I think so. And it's a little chaotic, because it's this linear chat thing, timeline, and you have to kind of scroll back up and down. You can set the bot to direct message you your results. I believe I haven't gotten it to work, but if you do a / and then you see the menus, you scroll through there and there will be like a direct DM notification or something like that. You can send that command to the bot and it should send you the results of your specific request for Imagine.
Man, I love these. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Welcome to the future.
Oh, yeah, 74%.
Hey Peter, can you confirm all the stuff that I was telling Michael? Is that true? I just learned this stuff yesterday, so I'm still new at it.
Yeah, it all sounds pretty on point, as from what I can tell. MidJourney is a very, very fun platform, and the best thing about it is you don't have to keep paying to top up credits. So you can spend that money to get unlimited generations, and you can sit there for hours and fucking hours and hours. You do have a limited time that you can run the GPUs for or whatever, like they call it fast mode versus relaxed mode. In relaxed mode, though, all it does is slow down your generation by putting it in a queue, I believe. Like it puts it in a queue with a lot of other people's or whatever. That's if you pay for it. So I've never been relaxed. I have used the absolute shit out of MidJourney on certain days and just abused it all day long and not been relaxed. So unless you're sitting there 24/7 fucking abusing it, like you're probably not going to get relaxed if you pay for it, of course. I don't like shilling it because I still don't like paid platforms, but MidJourney is probably the best one as far as paid platforms go.
Dude, this shit is bonkers. Thank you, guys, for showing me this. Well, it's Dan who first showed me this, but I couldn't get into the Discord, and Jeff, you unlocked it for me, which is sign into your Discord first, and then and only then click on the MidJourney Discord link.
Yeah, otherwise it will sign you up for a new Discord ID or account.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
There's something that I was kind of curious about with Discord and MidJourney. If you're able to basically port or copy the bot to your own server. Has anyone tried that?
You can do it. You can invite the bot to your own server, but it's still running through their server. Like the bot has to use their stuff to actually generate stuff, as far as I'm aware. You can't actually get like the private model. What you can do is pay for the corporate license, right? Which is a bit more expensive. I think it's about $600 a year. But with that, you get completely private use of their model, and I believe it also unlocks all the not safe for work filters. So instead of with MidJourney, by default, you can't generate boobies, you can't generate anything nude, you will struggle to generate anything violent. But if you unlock the NSFW filters, which you can do by paying for the corporate thing, you can do all that, but you can also keep all your outputs completely private as well. Whereas the normal subscription, like the standard subscription, you can have all your stuff, you can just DM the bot and you can have all the stuff private there, so it's not on the actual like Discord thing, but your user profile will still be visible on their website. People can still go in and look at your images, they can still go in and see what the prompts were and all that sort of stuff, which is fine because like unless you're really promoting yourself as a MidJourney artist, people probably aren't going to go and look. Let's be real.
Yeah. Is it possible to bring the MidJourney into your own server and then have other people come onto your server and use it?
In that kind of way, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not sure. I've heard people say that you can invite the bot to your own server, but I don't think you can just have random people use it like that unless they already have a MidJourney account. I think it might just be like a one-on-one kind of discussion thing. I'm not really certain. I'm really not that savvy with it. I only just recently learned. I've had MidJourney since before I got access to DALL-E 2, which was before they opened the floodgates on DALL-E 2 a bit. So since then, I've used it a fair bit, and only like in the last month have I realized there are actually settings you can fuck with to change the way it generates images.
Hmm.
It was like 2 weeks ago or something.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've seen some. It looks like syntax or parameters that you can add on to the end of these prompts for MidJourney, which I don't know what they mean, and I don't know if there's a knowledge base or with
Yeah, there is.
definitely there is.
There is. So there's two different kinds of things you might be talking about. One is prompt weighting, which is where you can specify, and I'm pretty sure this isn't what you're talking about, but prompt weighting, where you can specify the weight of certain things within the prompt. So you can say something like, I want less blur, so I type something like blur -1, right? I'm not sure that specifically works in MidJourney, but it works in a lot of the other AI generators, so it might work in MidJourney. I haven't tried it with MidJourney, but the one I think you're talking about is where they've got like S8000 or -S8000 -Q4 sort of thing. Those are parameters that are documented, so you can look into the information stuff where you can type -settings /settings, sorry, and it'll bring up a settings menu as well, which like a lot of those little parameters at the end of the prompt are actually just the settings, but you can bring up like a list of settings that you can just press buttons on. So that's helpful too. But
Okay.
like, so -S is stylization, -Q is quality, and I think the default for quality is like 1. You can set it to 2 or 3 or 4, maybe even 5. There's -HD, which does higher definition generation, but that's incompatible with the quality parameter for some reason. They've got there was another one like -AR, so you can set the aspect ratio, and then you can type, like, you press space and you put your aspect ratio in. So you can have 16:9, you can have 3:4, you can have 5:10, whatever you want really. So I can change the actual, like the image size, the portrait, landscape, whatever. I think there was another one that I'm forgetting now that I tend to use, but they've also got like the beta mode. I'm not sure if it's still beta mode. They keep updating this stuff, but they implemented the stable diffusion model recently, so that was in the beta mode alongside the MidJourney process. So it didn't really look like stable, but it was still using stable. It gets complicated. I'm tired.
Yeah, no, that's good to know. It's a lot of stuff to play around with.
Yeah, I actually it wasn't until I learned all that I slept on MidJourney. Like, I just toyed with it once in a while. Once I started digging into those things, I started creating some images that I actually really liked. That's where it was like, yep.
All right, check out what I created in the top. So what I did is I created 4 images, then I honed in with Jeff's advice on one of those images, and then started just using the other features like, upscaling and varying and all those things.
Yeah, that watercolor looks crazy.
Yeah, that's the Nihong watercolor style. So they showed me how to use the AI art to go from text to images, and you can select them, make them photorealistic. Come on. Tell me you wouldn't want that on your wall. Look at this. So it started as like something washed out like that, then went to this, then went to that, then went to this. Look at the texture, the brush strokes.
That's crazy.
You could go and upload that to a printing service
Oh yeah.
and have it just printed on a
See, it's the
large
packaging.
canvas. You
It's
know,
all about the packaging, right? You saw that Payless commercial where they pretended that they put the same Payless shoes in a fancy store and everyone paid like 100 times what their fair market value was, right? So it's not the art; it's the packaging thereof. You know, you can put a lot of meaning behind a plastic bag like American Beauty, right? Yeah, it's
Welcome
a
to my
narrative
life.
part.
Welcome to the new edition.
That's so dark. And I'm just
If you
learning
need some,
MidJourney.
if you need some help with prompting down the line, you know where to go.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
Free
I
of
want to
charge
spend some.
just for you.
I, I want to learn this, some of the stuff that you're doing. Not so much. I find when I learn things, it'll allows me to delegate them better. Does that make sense? Be like, okay, so now that I know how this works, this is what I really like. Does that make sense? Same thing
Yeah,
with
it
coding.
also helps. It
Yeah.
helps you.
Mhm.
How do I put this? When you understand what it is and how it does it, you can make better choices as to how you utilize it. Yeah.
Yeah, like now that I know how to edit
Exactly right.
video, I know how to delegate video editing, right? So
Whereas
like
if you
with that,
didn't know how, you might expect them to be wizards, right?
yeah, right. And so like I was thinking about that truth. What did you think about that story? Truth, falsehood, water, and fire.
I think it's a great story. I actually really enjoy it. I'm just trying to work out how I'm going to come up with imagery for it. Like I've got to work out the base imagery first, and I've got to work out how I can
Well,
make that sort of into
see,
an animation.
that's
So
that's why I want to learn a bit of the diffusion. So once I understand how it works, then I can give you more initial creative direction beyond just the read write script, right?
dude, you don't even know how much I'd appreciate that though, because like
Dude,
it's like
yeah,
that
no,
project
because
I
that
showed
was
you,
yeah.
dude.
Here's the
Like,
other thing. I was talking to one of the video editors yesterday. Have you ever heard of Shot Deck? Shot Deck, Anne would love this. Shot Deck is like one of the largest databases of stills in super high resolution from movies. So everything from Pulp Fiction to God, you know what I mean? Terminator. They hone in on specific stills, which are super high res from the film, and then in the bottom, they they have tagged everything from the tungsten in the lighting to the whole color palette to the director and the producer and the art director and the costume designer and everything. So the palettes are crazy. They're already done. Shop Deck. Watch out.
that's a pretty good little platform idea, actually. I rate that. But yeah, so what I was getting at really, I'm sorry, like what I was getting at is, yeah, like, so you remember that project I was telling you about the other night on the call, right? The the request for that was so absurd because it was like, oh, can you do a flow through of these album covers? And the way they asked wasn't even like that. It was like, this is like, we want this album, this album, this album, this album. Fit him skateboarding in if you can. How the fuck do I make that? What? That tells me nothing. So that was yeah, that was fun to work that one out. And like I got there in the end. Like obviously I got to a finished product, but it was just that whole like, oh man, I've had some absurd requests even from people that are like, what was it? Just commissions in general. So I had like a commission request, and I'm like, oh, what are you after? And he's just like, a lot. Like that's helpful. A lot. What do I do with a lot?
Well, I think though that any work that you do for someone that they end up loving is going to be influenced, not controlled by them. Does that make sense? Because if you have too much collaboration, you're creating a camel, not a horse.
Yeah, for sure. But it's like I want to help them. You know, if I'm collaborating, I want to be. Yeah, I want to bring my own style and direction to the table. But like, I want the prompt for the prompter, if that makes sense. I don't want just like, yeah, a lot. Like literally, just that was the words. I was like, "What are you after?" And he just goes, "A lot." And I'm like, "Okay, so do I have to go and dig in deeper to figure out what this person is trying to commission from me? Like, can't they just bring it to
Okay,
the table straight away?"
so
It's
I have a
fucking
question
confusing.
for you. This is a MidJourney question. So what I was thinking about doing is, let's say we have a script, right? A script which is going to be vocalized by a voice actor, right? What I was thinking about doing is using the AI art, whether it's Wombo or MidJourney, because in order for me to create a film, a short film, the images all have to be of the same style with the same characters. Does that make sense?
Yeah, naturally.
Right. And so I was thinking about prompting MidJourney with the first line. There were once 4 friends who lived in a small village. Truth, falsehood, water, and fire. That's
Just
the
slowly,
script, right? That's the script.
yeah.
So how, if I were to enter that script, how would I also indicate to the machine how the style in which I wanted that rendered?
You just ask it for an art style. You tell it the art style. Like, so you put in your thing, then you go in the style of, or
In
you
the
put
style
something
of.
else.
So would I
Yeah.
put
Or
like maybe the script in quotation marks?
no. The reason being, you're okay. So the way it reads your prompts is it picks
Yes.
on words. It just picks words. It ignores the quotation mark type stuff. It doesn't read things as quotes. It can sort of sometimes use them as words in the way that it tries to recreate images that are like memes and that, just because of what's in this data set. But you got to remember, okay, so you know how capture works, right?
No.
Okay, so when you do the capture thing, and it says, please pick images that have an image of a bicycle in it, right?
Oh
So
yeah,
you put,
capture. Yeah.
yeah. Now you got to think what you're doing with prompting is the opposite of that. You're telling the machine that you want bicycle. You're not telling it you want a bicycle. You're telling it you want bicycle. It knows what bicycle is. That's why it's a bit cold.
So,
But if you
but
want to get really specific, that's the way you got to
so
think of it.
the next step though is I have these 4 friends, right? Truth, falsehood, water, and fire. I want to be able to show those characters as moving to a different scene. Does that make sense? Right? So I want to be, so the next line is, one day the 4 friends got hungry. Right? I want to be able to move those same characters into a new scene doing different things.
Can
Now you're
we
talking about where you're going to need things like initial images, because getting consistent characters out of any of these is very fucking hard. You
Yes,
can sort of do
okay.
it.
can
But
we
you
drill
understand
down a
why,
little
right?
bit here,
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike and Pete? So thinking of just the structure of language, for instance, like Vigate is German for how's it going? Well, that's English. How is it going? The direct translation from German is how goes it?
Yeah,
So,
but that's what I say usually. How goes it? I don't say. I mean, I say how's it going
well,
because it's Australian, but
you
I say how goes it a lot.
right, Well,
Yeah, and
yes, from an American or North American perspective,
in the Caribbean, it's wagwan or way it up on, you know?
yeah. So
I'll say Wagwan.
how do we how do you structure the statement or the prompt in within that regard, in that framework of like
Does it understand Espanol?
It might do. I
yeah,
don't think there's any reason it shouldn't. It's just taking fucking language and data from the internet. So there should be plenty of Espanol captions
Interesting.
in there. But
d-
it might not do as well as English because I'm pretty sure they would have, tried to tunnel in on as many English captions as they could have.
yeah. I mean, will it take a euphemism or an idiom?
Oh, it certainly can. It certainly can, but it just like the results you're going to get are going to be like.
Yeah.
There's one way to find out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
That's
so
like
I'm going to
plugging
try
it in
that
and
right
seeing
now.
what
is
happens.
that Michael, initially, I think I understand, Mike, where you want to know how to best direct the AI, right? And so
I
in
need to
order to
be able
do
to
that,
create characters. Yeah.
you need to
See,
know how to speak in its language, and there are rules for that, right? Or there should be somewhere, right? Published. Maybe there's a
there's no
structure
rule.
where you know what I mean? That is there
No,
anything like that that exists?
there's only trial and error, and what other people have done. There's no real hard set rules. There is a thing called a clip interrogator, which can give you a prompt from an image if you plug an image into it, which you can have fun with and experiment, but you still won't get that same image out of anything, if that makes sense. It'll give you something close or something similar, but it won't give you that same image.
Okay.
And that prompt interrogator will give you art styles. It'll give you really nicely structured descriptions for how to prompt an AI. The thing about prompting these models is that they're all a bit different. So MidJourney has a certain way it likes to be prompted compared to Disco, compared to Stable. And when you start playing around with different tools, you start to learn that they're all a little bit of a different language. And so I will, because I've already done this image, so I don't really care if you guys even use this prompt directly, because I'd love to see more of it. I'll share the prompt for what I did for the Renaissance painting of DJ Khaled, because you'd imagine that would be a very simple prompt, right? Like, you want a Renaissance painting of DJ Khaled. Very simple prompt, in theory. Let me just pull it up. I've got to find where the fuck I've got it. My drive somewhere. I'll paste it into the thing. This is where it will start to get a bit more like, okay, prompting isn't as simple as it looks, but it is. Prompting can be extremely simple. You can use one word prompts and get amazing images if you want. It's just when you start to try to get specific results, that's where it starts to get a bit more nuanced.
What is this tool again? You were talking about the reverse image, where you can take an image and then break it down into a prompt.
The clip interrogator.
Clip interrogator. Okay. Yeah, that would be great. I think that would be a great starting point to actually like, say you have an idea. Say like, I want to see like Justin Trudeau as a child on a bicycle, and he's learning how to ride it, and his father, Fidel Castro, is pushing him along in the background. Like in the style of Norman Rockwell. I tried that and it just doesn't work. So if I had a picture from Norman Rockwell, right, I could put that in the clip interrogator and start from that language, right?
Yeah, the thing about these models, and you could do that, but the thing about these models is the way they interpret what you're writing in, and the way they tunnel in on specific ideas, if you want to call them that, is there's a weird kind of weight about it. Once it picks something, it tends to want to do that, and then an image of that, and it tries to pick things within the latent space that are as close as possible to it based upon what's in your prompt. So if you have stuff that's really, really, really far separated, and when I say that, I mean like, okay, so, like a cat isn't a dog, right? They're two completely separate concepts. If you try to generate an image of a cat that's also a dog, it's probably going to pick
I
the
love
word
this.
cat first. It's going to pick the word cat first, and it's probably going to try and avoid making a dog. because
So
it'll still use that as influence, but it's a weighted influence after the word cat. When you flip it around, you can say a dog that's also a cat, and it'll do the opposite of that. It'll pick a dog that sort of has the influence of a cat in the image somehow, right? So
I
the more
think
you start throwing into it, sorry, Mike.
no, it's okay.
So the more you start throwing into it with these absurd ideas and like things that are on opposite ends of the spectrum, the more it's going to just tunnel in on specific ones and just pick what it can to make it work, because it's score-based systems. It treats it a bit like a game, and it's fed a certain like score per step towards the prompt that you give it. Disco was really, really great for this because you could throw in the most absurd things and it would try to achieve every single one of those things in your prompt. It still does interpret language to a degree. Like it picks words like and, it picks, all those little things that we use in normal speech, but it's more the ideas, the concepts, the actual tangible kind of like the programming of meaning that comes with it, as opposed to the linguistic flow of human speech. That's why when you do plug things in like poems or scripts or whatever directly, you can actually get some really interesting results, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get what you're trying to get. If you're trying to
I
get what you're
see.
trying to get, you have to be very calculated about the way you prompt. And that's where it gets tricky.
Two examples of that. You could take a verse from the book of Revelations with the beast that arises from the sea. You could take this whole description. You may not get that. Another example would be like, give me a photorealistic image of a human hand, but instead of the thumb, replace that with Joe Rogan's head. That would be hard to get.
Not as hard as you'd think. You'd probably not use that exact wording. I'll show you. So I've done the Renaissance painting of DJ Khaled, which I thought would be as simple as writing a Renaissance painting of DJ Khaled, and that absolutely did not work. It just fucking did not work at all. And this is the prompt that I had to use. I'll see if I can pull this up, or I'll just paste it into Discord first, and then into. Instead of using my friends, I've started using my Discord server to just paste things. That's become a little notebook for copy and
you're
paste.
Discord, yeah.
So where is Twitter? This was the prompt that I used for that, right? I'm just pasting that in here now. It's close, it's close to what I'm asking for. You can see where it's coming from. But the reason I had to structure it like this and do so many repetitions is because that's the only way I could actually get the image. If it sends.
Do you have your server posted somewhere?
No, I've just posted this in the it's a private server that I just use for like pasting images in and read.
Gotcha.
But no, I've just posted this on the Twitter chat here in the bottom right.
It hasn't loaded for me yet. Maybe I have to scroll by.
I realize at the very least I can create individual scenes. So whereas it might be a little difficult to have continuity among characters, if I need to depict a village a long time ago, right, then I can really get that.
Yeah, it's really, really great for actually creating scenes, I find. But it's not so great for consistent characters. Consistent characters are hard. Very, very, very hard.
No, but it's okay. It's not a knock that it has a limitation, right? If you can learn how to go with it, right? So now, for example, with that story, I'm able to depict a village a long time ago. So I can start in a village a long time ago. And with that, I can have as many as, you know what I mean? Like I can space that out. If that's the first 7 seconds, I now have access to like all of these Nihongo Japanese watercolor artworks that I can just Ken Burns and fade into each other. So I'm about to have, because of what you, Dan, and Jeff were able to show me just now, I'm going to create the first version of this truth, falsehood, water, and fire video story. Thanks, guys.
Happy days.
Peter, could you feed the individual images through Disco Diffusion? How would that work? Or is that just not done?
You can definitely feed them through Discord stable. It's
Okay. So once I create the video, then you can aberrate the video however you like. Because I'm going to have something that essentially is flat, right? That's going from PowerPoint slide to PowerPoint slide. But what I see with what you can do is take us through a scene rather than side scrolling a scene. Does that make sense?
Yeah. We've
Right?
got zoom animations, we've got 3D animation modes, we've got all sorts. It all takes a bit of time, but you know, I've got a pretty good feel for all of them. So I'm pretty comfortable doing all that sort of stuff. The other thing you can do is the frame interpolation mode, which is like what that thing that you linked, I think, a while ago, where it had all those different frames, but it was sort of flowing between them in the kind of like transitioning from one to another.
I'll tell you why I'm thinking about this, because the wifey taught me that any communication is carved, which is kinesthetic, auditory, read, write, visual. Kinesthetic, touch, auditory, hearing, read, write, which is text, and visual, which is, images. And so if we have voice actors and we have scripts, the next step is to add the kinesthetic, which is, the touch sound effects that makes you feel the audio, and then the visualizations themselves that visualize that which is being vocalized and emotionalized. And if we have that, then we have, storytelling on the fly.
It's what you want. It's the ultimate combination, right? And if you have music in the combo as well, I mean, it doesn't have to be like music, loud, obnoxious music, but that it's like you know how you got that video with the Together Alone, and then you added the ambience in the background.
Yes.
It's like it gives it that extra little kind of.
You felt the difference between the first one and the beefed up version, right? Yeah.
Naturally, yeah. But that's that extra little layer in the audio. It's like it's not detracting from the main audio that's actually telling the story. It just adds that layer of relatability. And so if you don't overdo it,
it's immersion. So what I added in addition to the music was 2 audio tracks of people talking. One was people whispering for the ASMR kinesthetic, and the other was people just talking at a party, which is, and so it's both of those together. I have people whispering and I have people talking at a party. So those were the 2 layers.
It's a good choice. Good choice.
But I had to do the first one before I did the second. So how do I? Okay, ooh, upscale the max. No, it's like having Christmas. This fucking MidJourney thing. It's like, oh, it rendered, yay! Open up the package. No way.
Can you just can you get me funding so I can just talk on Spaces my whole life? I don't want to get up for work tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, that's so funny.
It's like I like my job. It's just I'm really sick of this industry and the roof bashing stuff. Like, just the current state of it. It's not good here. It's very rush, and I see so much fucking shit work out there, and I'm just like, why am I even bothering? Let's see what other people get away with. But whatever. Just a little verbalization of frustration.
Yeah. I mean, if we weren't frustrated, we wouldn't need to be together. $76% upscaling max. In a village a long time ago, they were once 4 friends. Truth, falsehood, water, and fire with a green screen background drawn in the Nihongo Japanese watercolor style. It didn't do the green screen, but man, this looks beautiful.
Welcome to the Syndicate, where you're witnessing Mike's inevitable descent into addiction.
Yeah. One addiction led to another, ad nauseum, until finally he embraced all of them. All right. So let me put this to the top. I think this is this is definitely going to be one of the images in the story. In a village. All right. All right, let me put this at the top. You'll see where I'm going with this. In a village a long time ago. When you upscale it, it gives the painting timber and texture. So it gives it that watercolor feel.
It's like watching a kid open a Christmas present.
Yeah.
Now you know why I'm so excited about this stuff, and I've been just absolutely hooked into it for so long.
Man,
it doesn't, it never gets boring. It's weird. I mean, it can a bit, but like, it only gets as boring as your imagination gets. Put it that
yeah,
way.
if you find it boring, you're boring.
Pretty much, dude. That's why it's like I dread sitting here and burning out on prompts because it's like, fuck, now I can't create anything. I can't put two words together, you know. It's like if you can't put words together, then fuck, you got nothing. But it's the same with normal art.
Four friends sitting around a fire in a Japanese, in an ancient Japanese hut drawn in the Nihongo Japanese watercolor style. Four wise old friends sitting around a fire in an ancient Japanese hut drawn in the Nihongo Japanese watercolor style. Enter. All right, waiting to start. Christmas again.
You're a natural. And see, the funny thing is, I see people that will be using it for like months and months, and their prompts are still so like not uninspired, but they're just
like,
not asking for what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, it's so basic. Thanks.
No, not like that. I'm not talking about your prompt. I'm saying like,
Yeah.
I'm saying though, I've literally like spoken to people in Discords and stuff, in like the Disco Diffusion Discord and stuff, and they're like, "What's wrong?" Like, I've been doing this for like a month. I still can't work these prompts out. They send this prompt through, and it's like a cat with a hat. It's like that's the prompt, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't ask for any type of style. It doesn't ask for anything specific. It's just like, oh, I can't get it to do what I'm trying to. I'm like, you need to give it more context. You need to like put it in a setting. It's not going to just. Otherwise, it's going to try and make like your whole image.
I think it's because I used what's it called? Dolly with the
Dolly,
Google Colab notebook, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Four wise old friends sitting around a fire in an ancient Japanese hut, drawn in the Nihongo Japanese watercolor style. It came out amazing. It came out amazing. So I want to have you three, you four. No, we don't need you four. Ah, crap. It's hard to undo once you click something. Wow. So I now have these guys like sitting around a table. Oh yeah, I have reached the maximum amount of concurrent jobs. Is this what you were talking about? The $30 a month?
No, it's concurrent jobs. You can only run 4 jobs at a time. So it'll only do like 4 things at a time, but it usually just queues the next ones up. So if you like start scheduling 5, 6, it'll queue them up. But yeah,
So,
you run out
so
very fast.
I get 300 images. 300 divided by 4 is what?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's how it works, but yeah, you get however many it is that you get for free that you can run, and then you got to pay, pretty much. But those concurrent jobs is just like how many are in the queue, and it runs 4 at a time, sort of thing, at a max, I believe. That's what it does for me.
So now I have these 4 friends sitting. Oh my god, it's so crazy, dude. Dude, it's so crazy.
You know.
Oh my god, it's nuts.
It's actually absurd how good these things are getting. Like, it is absurd. That's why I'm loving them.
It just because like I'm gonna be done this soon, right? And you know, maybe the video has 10 images, 15 images, right? I have duplicates so I can, you know, use more, and I've upscaled enough, right? And then I can create a little video. Like this video will be done by probably 1 o'clock, 1:15.
Yeah, man, it's just like a massive streamline for workflow in certain ways. Like, I don't know, it's
This is
just
crazy.
like the thing is now I spend more time with it all, and I'm like image generation. I still love just prompting and getting really absurd and awesome results.
Look.
But I kind of just want to draw more now, and it's like the one thing that got me to start wanting to draw more is AI art. It's like, okay, so artists are fighting against that. I don't understand.
I'm just saying, like, I can. You realize we have like 100 to 120 days of recorded spaces.
That's great. That's what we need.
And it's all chopped up by individual speaker.
Yeah.
Right? By individual sentence. So now that we have that, right? We have the scripts. Right? And if we have the scripts, right, and everyone, you know, a few people are going through the voice acting class, they're going to have high quality audio. Yeah, go ahead, Ruben. You've been listening for a while.
I should have fucking known. I should have known. You're making bots, aren't you? You're making audio. You're taking the sound recordings. You're modeling the voices.
Well, you're the one that told me about the Spotify that
I know.
all
I didn't
AI
think you'd
music.
fucking take the ball and
You
run
started
with it.
it.
Okay, it's a
You started it.
It's a cautionary tale, not a fucking success story. God damn it!
Look, you tokenized human time, and you're like chastising me.
Do as I say, all right? Not as I fucking tokenize.
You're the one experimenting with anarchy. I'm just, you know, looking on and being like, yeah, let me take that little part. Oh no, it's just weird because like these are not just AI things. You know, I'm going to take this AI thing and then put it into a video, and it's a story from Ethiopia. So, you know, is it an AI thing? Is it a human thing? It's probably a bit of both. And that's as far as I've gotten with it.
If you make a bot of me, can you at least just make it shit on fucking all these like artists?
I mean,
I'm kidding that part. I'm kidding about that part.
I think if rap careers, I mean, look, if 50 Cent never shat on Ja Rule, would he have a career? Maybe not.
Yeah, for real. I still want to do that thing I was talking about earlier. I'm just like, I haven't worked out all the logistics of, I mean, there's no logistics really to work out. I just go start doing it. But I'm talking about like how to do it so that I don't push the wrong buttons. I want to push buttons, just not the wrong buttons, if you know what I mean.
But that's a probabilistic space, right? You know, you could push the right button and have the wrong outcome, push the wrong button and have the right outcome.
Yeah, that's fine. But I think the aim is to intentionally avoid. How do I put it? It's like I don't want it to come across as true malice. I'm sure some people might still read it that way, but there needs to be no element of true malice in it, if that makes sense, for it to work. It has to be very, not like obviously not malice, but like I can't make it look like death threats, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, this MidJourney is fucked. You should see this image of the four friends sitting around a fire. Open original. You always want to open the original because they're like, I don't want to lose this. This is fucking madness. And if I can interpolate between these scenes, are you nuts?
That's what I think.
Right?
I'm not sure if the result is going to be what you expect.
Well, I'm talking about like interpolation just in Adobe Premiere.
Ah, yeah.
Right?
If you know how that works and if you're used to that, then fuck yeah.
Yeah. Right? So now I can, it's a cross morph, I think they call it. Right? And if I can cross morph between these files, as long as they're the same dimensions, is giddy uptime. So I have the four friends. Now I have to show these four old man friends going on a journey. So what is the next part of the script? Imagine, /imagine space prompt. Let's go to the story. What's the next line in the story? Oh yeah, so we have to show the great cattle. Okay, where is it? What the hell is it? Oh, it's because it was sent as a Jenga Jenga Drew. There we go. There were once four good friends who lived in the same village: truth, falsehood, water, and fire. So one day the four good friends decided to go on a hunt for cattle, which were located on the top of a great mountain. All right, so prompt. Cattle grazing on grass. Strong, healthy, and vibrant cattle grazing on grass on the top of a very large mountain, set in ancient Japan, drawn in the Nihongo Japanese watercolor style. Strong, healthy, vibrant cattle grazing on grass, eating grass on the top of a very large mountain in ancient, not set in. All right, bang. So how far was I able to get so far? So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sentences, 7 sentences, 14 images. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll be able to do it with the free version. if you're just joining us, Peter and Jeff have, along with Dan, have infected me with MidJourney. Oh, fuck. This looks amazing. The cat.
We're now serving the new addiction.
Oh my god. Are you looking for a new addiction? One that's not necessarily as harmful to your health? Introducing MidJourney. Ah, this looks great. Um, oh, it looks so good. So with everything I'm doing, I'm upscaling. I get the images, I choose one, then I upscale them. When I upscale them, I get the actual look and feel and texture and timbre of the watercolor on canvas. Right? So, yeah, so while it's an Ethiopian story, I'm using a Japanese watercolor style. That's the other bisociation. I just like that style of art. You know why? Because I saw somebody put the Sesame Street characters.
Yeah, dude, get late. I really should be going to sleep. I gotta get up at like 5 in the morning and it's almost 1.
No
So
worries.
I'm gonna have to jump
Thanks
off.
for everything.
Thanks for hanging,
Watch
Pete.
me. It's all good.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Don't waste your whole day on it.
Oh,
No,
he'll run out of credits soon enough.
Oh, he will spend money
How
on it.
dare
I
you?
guarantee it.
Feel triggered.
Next thing you know, he's breaking out his credit card. Just
Yeah,
like
oh my
an addict.
God. Here's the thing. I'll be like, hey, Roland, I found something new. He's like, oh yeah, yeah.
Evil, Michael.
Blah, blah, blah. You know? No.
Right. Yeah, take care, guys.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Lovely as always. Have a good one.
This is really fascinating.
It is.
So you know that story, Truth, Falsehood, Water, and Fire?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm using the MidJourney AI to create the scenes that will visualize it while I'm saying it.
Awesome.
Isn't that crazy?
I love it.
And you can imagine if those were the first 2 prompts that I showed you, imagine now that I know how to use it now. It's like fucking quick. And then you can upscale them. When you upscale them, you get the texture of the watercolor on acrylic on fucking canvas kind of thing. Oh, it's gorgeous. All right, let's see what we got. So, upscale these images. Oh man, I just ran out of credits.
Okay. Yep. 75 is the number.
I like it. So what I can do now that I understand that, what I'm going to do is go to Wombo Art. I wonder if people will know if I changed apps.
Yeah, you might. That's an interesting
right?
concept.
So let's try something now in Wombo. So what's the next line in the script? So we have the cattle on the thing, on the roof. Four good friends going on a hunt for cattle. Okay. So four friends going on a hunt for cattle in ancient Japan, drawn in the Nihongo Japanese watercolor. Ran out of space. All right. Four friends going on a hunt. I don't need for cattle. In ancient Japan. Now I have to choose a style below. So I'll choose Yuki-Yo. And if I upload an, let me not upload an image and see what it does. Creating. What do you do when you run out of MidJourney credits? Well, you take what you learn and go to Wombo because Wombo's free. Yeah, it's ugly. So what I need is create four friends going for a walk. Four old Japanese men going on a walk. With canes and All right, let's try that. Oh God, that looks good. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oof. So can I open that image in a new tab? Yes, I can. Beautiful. So what I can do is, once I get an image from Wombo I like, what I'm going to do is generate a few more images like it. So I'll have some variability in the images, you know? Oof. So good. You can really create movies now. I'm telling you, you can really create movies. I'm just using this thing to generate again. And I'll have them walk through. God. All right, so that's done. Let's go back to creation. So I really have to tell it what I want. Instead, I need to tell it what to show. Tell it what to show. Fascinating. How do I tell you what to show? I want to tell you on the left. Yeah.
Tell it what to show is useful language for expressing the function that you're looking for there, I think.
Yeah, right? I'm just trying to trying to tell myself, hey, Mike, you know how you tell your mom, just Google the answer? Yeah, just tell her. So I have the four friends going on a hunt for cattle. I have the cattle on the Great Mountain. I have the village with the friends. So on the way, falsehood whispered to water, you know, if you quench fire, there'd be 3 of us, and there'd be more cattle for the 3 of us. So I need one old man whispering to another old man with 2 other old men in the background. All right. So, shit. Where did Wombo go? At least the other thing. Come on, love. No, I don't need that. All right. Okay. Oh, okay, good. Now I have it on 2 screens. Sorry, I'm still learning how to use this Mac. Okay, so I'm going to keep track of these prompts, actually, in case I get led astray or go down a path I can't retrace. 4 old Japanese men going on a walk with canes in their hands. Fantastic. So, so I would 1 old man with, 1 old Japanese man whispering to another 1 old Japanese man whispering to another old Japanese man in ancient Japan with 2 old men in distance. I'm running out of space.
Hey, can I offer I want to test something for you. Instead of using ancient, use Edo, which is a specific period that I think you might be referring to. Yeah.
Edo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a restaurant called Edo, Japan. It had really great food. All right. So, it was on a flat grill. Oh god, it was so good. All right. So I'm doing that now. It's generating. No. I think I need to have what it is I need to figure out 1 old Japanese man whispering to another old Japanese man in ancient Japan. Nihongo. The other constraint that you might not be able to see is there's 100 characters.
Can they be Japanese characters or Chinese characters?
Yeah. I'm just trying to keep things kind of feeling the same. So, right?
I'm just trying to cheat because Chinese characters, you can fit an entire word into a single character.
I should try, right? No, I have to go back. So, 4 old Japanese men going for a walk. 1 man whispering to the other in Nihongo watercolor style. Well, that's exactly 100 characters. Not for nothing, this Mac can get heated a lot of times when you're doing a lot of video crunching, but the keyboard is astonishing. I don't even go back to this eraser or whatever that I had before. So smooth.
Yeah, my laptop is like off the shelf, 4 or 5 years old. The plug overheated and melted a little bit, so I've got to like pull the wire in this particular direction, and yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal.
I just had to move over because it's just for this e-learning.
You know, when you're dealing with this, you know, every video file is like 8 gigs. It's like when you start adding things like the motion graphics to it, it's like, no, it's just not. It's not made for this life. It wasn't made for this life. You know what I mean? It's not about this life. This was supposed to be made to open. This ThinkPad was made for PDFs. These shoes were made for walking, you know?
Well, that's just what they'll do.
So now, nice, Jeff. Go for it.
Cool. So I got it worked out.
Sorry, I am prompting now. I'm trying to have 4 men in a picture with one of them lying down. It's a little more difficult than I thought. Right? How do you
I can't get one man to lie down.
right? I always used to think of the lambda symbol as man bending over. All right, so I like that. First, I don't know why I like it, but I think it embodies it. How might I generate an image that is congruent with the script? Oh, God, that's powerful. Generate again. If you could get really good at it, and there was an API aspect where I could just feed in scripts and it generates the images, then I could really just curate.
I could see one of these days, you would have that API, and you could use it in real time. You know, with language detection. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Like you have like a space, right? Spaces, and up on the jumbotron, it just takes everything that everyone is talking about and creates this scene or this movie or image in real time.
You understand. Yep, you understand. It's exactly what I'm doing. I have a story. The story has words. Some of those words depict nouns and scenes and backdrops, right? Objects, emotions. And so I'm taking specific aspects of sentences. And the other thing too is, and you don't really realize this until you start working with it, but as you get to know how the prompts work, it actually becomes faster, which is something that you don't realize until, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's fun and interesting because it's technology, and you almost lose sight of the fact that really we're not doing anything different as human beings. We're just using this technology, um, and applying it to the same concepts and principles that we have that we've had for our entire lineage with regard to storytelling. Um, an example would be the storyteller sitting in front of a group of people, say children, because they have an imagination,
Mm-hmm.
and the children, they're sitting in kindergarten, are listening to the teacher read this book, and they sit for so long that their attention wanders a little bit, and then they just get drawn into the narrative, and then they're imagining this world that the teacher is describing to them with visuals and associations and emotions. They get taken into this world, and that's essentially what we're doing with the AI. Is we're using that to narrate and to describe the story, to just kind of like bring it to life. Um, in so many movies, they could be just films or even animations. There's often, a scene, and we've all seen it. There's a scene where that's happening, like the grandmother's tucking the kids into bed. Let's say like Peter Pan, right? Um, and the kids are in their beds and they're listening, and the grandmother's talking, reading, or maybe just recalling a story, telling them a story. And then the scene cuts, and it's now the kids' imaginations. You're not in the bedroom, you're not with grandma anymore in the house in the attic. It's actually you're living in this
Mm-hmm.
world now.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey Sandra, how's it going? We're just using MidJourney and Wombo to create a set of images that will go along with a video that tells a story.
Cool. Exciting stuff. Neato. I got up.
So,
Go ahead.
so just to provide some context, so the story basically is: once upon a time, there were four friends in an ancient village, and one day they got hungry, and they heard through the grapevine that there were fatty cattle located on the top of the great mountain. So the four friends decide to set off and, hopefully avail themselves of the succulent cattle on the top of the mountain. So halfway on their journey, falsehood, right? Again, there's truth, falsehood, water, and fire. Falsehood walks over to water and says, "You know what, water, if you quench fire, there'll only be three of us, and that means more food for the three of us." So water thinks about it, does the math, and he can do math, so, right, to go from 25% to 33% equity in the cattle, he decides to quench fire. And then there were three. The three, truth, falsehood, and water, get to the bottom of the great mountain, and finally, when water looks up at the great mountain, he realizes, shit, water only flows downhill. And without fire, it can't get up.
Oh dear.
And so, to this day, on top of the great mountain, truth and falsehood are arguing over who should get more cattle. That's the whole story.
Sounds like my sister's side of the family. Yeah. That's a good story. And that happens all the time.
They're all, yeah, I'm telling you, like, the thing is, Dr. Cox was good because she told me the story and then she allowed me to retell it like 5-6 times before I got it straight. Yeah, she was good to me. She is good to me.
It's a good story. It's solid. I mean,
No.
I can relate to that.
I just like it because it's so tight. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, generate again. So what I do is with any scene or an idea that I wanted to depict, I'm generating multiple images for it so that I can keep changing images for the visual interest.
Wow.
All right, back to creation. All right, I'm on the last image, which is, and then there were two, truth and falsehood. Oh yeah. Okay. So two old Japanese men arguing on the top of a mountain with a large cattle, Nihongo Japanese watercolor. Okay. And we'll use this. This video is almost done.
Hey, Mike.
Mm.
Gonna listen to a little music for a second?
Yeah, for minutes, hours. Take your time with it.
All right, I'm gonna go with your inspiration on the watercolor.
Beautiful. I recorded it. I'll use it as a soundtrack. One part of me is like, you know what? It would be nice to have the original track, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? But it's good enough. Don't sweat it. This is all just an experiment. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I want to take a script, just like to take Together Alone. Take a script, vocalize the script, add the images, add the music, add the kinesthetic, add the subtitles. See what we get.
That was fabulous, by the way. So MidJourney was a struggle getting to work, huh?
It was a struggle because I was doing things in the wrong steps. Apparently, it's better if you sign in. Jeff told me this. If you sign into Discord first, and then you click on the Discord link second. That unlocked it for me.
Oh wow. Yeah, I gotta get over there. I think I'm in. I think I have a MidJourney account. I'm not. Discord confuses me. I just I have to figure out how to navigate it better. It shouldn't be as hard as it is for me, but I'll get it. I mean, is MidJourney something you can like use on an iPad, or is that something that needs to be like on a computer?
I think if we jumped on a Zoom, I could probably figure it out with you.
Oh no, I can figure it out. I'm just saying in general, when you're running MidJourney, do you think it's better on like a laptop or an iPad, or does it matter?
You can do it on your phone.
Right. I mean, is it super slow on the phone as opposed to like a computer, or?
No, it runs completely on a separate system from your device. So it runs as fast as it can, which uses a huge amount of computer resources and hardware. So you can do it from anywhere.
Gotcha. Okay, I get it. Yeah. No, I'm all right. I think I got it.
Essentially, what it is you would want to like go on your desktop, open up Discord, right? Make sure you're signed in on Discord, then open a separate browser tab, and then go to the MidJourney website and do the sign up for beta, I think is what it's called. And you should then link up your Discord with MidJourney, and it'll just show up as another server in your Discord app, either on the website or on your phone. But I would recommend doing it that way. I've found it's just eliminates some issues that arise from doing it, signing up on it. So
Gotcha.
yeah, and then essentially once you're there, there are 4 channels, and they're newbie channels. They're like newbie 22 or newbie 3 or whatever. Those are the channels that you go into, and you just do /imagine and then type in whatever you want and hit enter, and it'll start to generate the images for you.
Oh, cool. Cool. Excellent.
Yeah. So it's pretty straightforward. It's easier to describe it like I just did than actually figuring it out. I was confused yesterday. It's like this should be a little easier, but it's so easy it's hard sometimes.
No, I understand. I can relate to that.
So now that I have all the images, I'm just sequencing them. So it's like, okay, so we start off with an old village. And because I did a few different versions of the same image in different scales, even if I just move from similar image to similar image, but upscaled, it also tells a bit of a story.
That's fun. I did something pretty informal along those lines in Wombo of all things.
Mm.
Putting in a prompt, and I'm doing like some minor variations on the prompt that I was using.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's going on here? It's like if I wanted to, I could be like, this thing's telling me like some noir detective story. It's funny. I was like, how about that?
So I have now it's just curation at this point. Oh, I need to find the cattle. Here's the cattle on the Great Mountain. Come on, cattle. Where are you? That's weird. Where'd the cattle go?
Don't you hate when that happens?
Right? Oh, maybe because it opened in Safari. That's the French for safari. There we go. There's my cattle. So, save that. Gorgeous. Is that all the cattle I had? Huh. Let me go back to Discord. Find more cattle. Open original. That's what I can do. Open original. Bang. Save. Download. Download the thing, buddy. Alright. Here's my cattle. Wrangle you into space. Ooh. This stuff is impressive, man. Or at least you had to edit video. God. So now that we have that, this could be my last image. Now I have to figure out how to integrate the Wombo art. So let's take these are all Wombo. See if that works. Yeah, more or less. Um, how long is this?
Wombo is trash. AI is not art. What are you doing? AI will be the downfall.
You're not wrong.
Yep.
You won't find any disagreements here. Now that we're all on the same page.
You mean that is the objective? What's going on?
I think that's the teleology.
Teleology?
Yeah, that's the inextricable point that we're all moving towards.
Is the telemetry.
No matter what.
The telemetry of the situation. I get it.
The logical end.
That seems somewhat dour. Pessimistic or other ways.
It can be. It depends on, what you want your place to be in the universe.
Seems like an easy solution though for concepts. You make a separate category for AI art.
Oh, so they should have their own leagues now? No, I'm just...
Well, that's invariably the fairest thing to do. I mean, if we want to encourage original art,
I'm with you.
Human-made art, then they're going to have to figure out a fair way to do it.
So now we're going to be segregated by our artistic styles just because I choose to use an AI paintbrush. Next, you're going to be like, all you people need to go to the back.
Well, you have so many shortcuts in life. I think it should take you longer to get off the bus.
Oh.
I don't see it as that big of a deal. I mean, you're inferior, so.
Because of my
I'm
lack,
teasing.
I know, I'm just rolling with it. So let's keep on playing it out. Because of my lack of artistic ability and my over reliance on the AI tools that are available to me, I will be looked down upon by the rest of the artistic community, never held to the great standards of creativity that they enjoy.
I think that's what will happen. Yeah.
That is a shame.
All because I suggested AI art have its own category.
I was just having fun and talking because
Yeah,
Technosonic gave me the background sound. That was fun, actually.
yeah, it was very almost patriotic.
I mean, it was a little patriotic. It was way better than steel drums.
Oh. Oh.
I mean, at least what Technosonic is doing takes some skill. He's not just banging on some pots and pans he found somewhere.
Oh no. Oh gee whiz. He doesn't even hear this, of course, so he has no idea.
Oh, it's recorded. It'll come back. That's the nice thing about talking shit on mic right now is that it's recorded. See, now if Technosonic took this into a school system, he'd really be teaching the kids something.
Oh yeah. Can't have that though.
Well, what are you going to do? Take a bunch of steel pans into a classroom? Come on.
Yep. Yep. That's what'll happen.
Technosonic, I really like that. But I'm also curious. I'm curious if you have anything that's like more bass driven, more beat driven. Is it's my curiosity question for you. And a peace sign for no would be totally acceptable. Might be looking.
Yeah, I had to mute the main here so it didn't feedback. Beat driven.
Oh, he's talking about like he wants to hear "Sweet Home Alabama." That's what he wants.
Let me know if you hear this little startup sound. Nope, nothing. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have anything up my sleeve right now for beat driven, but give me a little bit of time. I might come back
Wait
with
a minute.
something.
Is Technosonic your account as well?
It's a machination of generic personality traits.
Copy that.
That have we have a few things in common.
Gotcha.
Hey, that sounds like Jimmy.
Yeah. It did sound like Jimmy.
It did. Good stuff. Like a mellow Roadhouse vibe.
That was Hey Joe intro, right?
What's that? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Hey Joe.
The song Hey Joe.
Cool. Very cool.
I'm gonna post the vibe check of this video to the top, where I took all of these MidJourney and Wombo arts to create the visualizations for the story.
Hey Ruben. I've got a mega shill space on Monday. If I happen to have an NFT to give away by Monday, it'd be good timing if that happens.
Copy and confirm.
Copy.
Yeah, this thing is fire, I'm telling you.
Ooh.
Hey, Casey. Oh, he's gone.
Sometimes he drops out to watch the video and then joins back.
Oh, okay.
No,
Mm-hmm.
that video was amazing. I loved it. I have the
Okay.
sound going, but is there supposed to be sound to that or no?
I haven't added sound yet,
Okay.
so I'm going to add Jeff's sound that I recorded from the space that he did before, and then I'm going to add the script.
Cool.
And so when I add the script, which you know,
Oh yeah.
right, you understand where it's going. But that's just like the lookbook of all the images with MidJourney and Wombo. When I ran out of MidJourney credits, I went to Wombo and finished it off.
It's awesome. It's really good.
The thing I like the most is going from the low resolution to the high resolution to the super high resolution in the beginning, right?
Right.
That is interesting because it's all the same dimensions, so they flow into each other.
That's such a cool idea. I mean, that's awesome.
All right, guys. So I am going to do the voicing for that, add the voice, add the music. And then once that's done, get back to what I was supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I hear you.
But I need these kind of breaks. I don't know about you guys, but I need these breaks to work.
They're good to have.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. I'll give you a shot.